14:45.
What's the limitation?
Yeah, now I just want us to be speaking from one voice. Not today, this time for 10 o'clock. 10:45. Yeah, so that we can exhaust. There are some things that we are going to exhaust. I think the best way how we can deal with this matter is to persuade one another. Because once you regulate, it becomes a problem. I could say, I think 2-3 days ago, there were about 10 people or 15 people. And then they just started switching off. Because as we proceed, we can see how the dynamics are going. And the minister just, instead of regulating and saying only 1 hour, but when we see that there is a problem, we are moving very slowly. I remember, Chairperson, you also...
And if you look at the amounts, they vary at the different embassies. Some embassies have got higher amounts, some have got lower amounts, with even some that have zero, such as Gaborone has zero, for example. If you look at New York, zero, Lusaka, zero. So we would want to understand from the Honorable Minister, what are these amounts for? Is it maybe to buy coffee and cookies at the embassies? Or what exactly is the amount for, and why do we have various amounts, and why we have zeros at some embassies? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mulunga. We have next Honorable Lucato, my relative brother.
Thank you very much, my relative brother, the chairperson, the deputy chairperson of all House Committee, the respected relative brothers and sisters, members of Parliament. Thank you very much for the platform. I rise on vote 07, International Relations and Trade.
PM.
On behalf of the National Democratic Party, NDP, with the powers vested on me, I just want to say the function, mandate, and duties of this important ministry, those included to oversee that the trade business in Namibia and the foreign, when it comes to the development of this country. And also is the responsibility of the high commissioners, ambassadors. And also my problem there, my concern is that if we have high commissioners and ambassadors, they have to get the same budgets. Should not be different because of their functions and duties. They form similarity duties. So other things which I want to point it out is that this ministry, they have two in charge, the minister and also the president, the sitting president. So the sitting president appoints the ambassadors and the commissioners. So I think there is something confused there, because how can the ambassadors and the commissioners appointed by the president while the minister is in charge of that ministry? That is my concern there. Then the other point which I want to, contribution which I want to state is that when there is an electoral commission of Namibia, which is running the elections in Namibia after 5 years, then that elections, general elections, we have, let me say, polling station to be set up in the foreign countries, in the embassies and also high commissioners. I just want to say that in order to run free, fair, and equitable elections in Namibia, let us not set up polling stations on those ambassadors and commissioners, because those ambassadors and those commissioners, they are from the my brothers and sisters from the ruling party. So the elections cannot be fair. It's better, I recommend it to be in the office of the United Nations, countrywide,
Don't be provoked.
globally. In this regard, as I stated, the budget should be a reasonable one. So I support 100% vote 07. 07. Thank you so much. I so submit. My relative brother.
Thank you,
Yes.
Honorable. The next is Honorable Kantorodu.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, and to the Honorable Minister of International Relations and Trade, my mother, I have to support because of what you are. However, my reservation is on the constructions of houses, of residents, more especially for Ghana. You are very familiar with the situation in Ghana. You know what transpired when you were there, the issue of the portion of land that was allocated, but then we could not finance as a country. But you can clarify on the background there. But now, here I'm seeing there's an allocation of some portion of 39 million. Now, this is residence. Will these official residents also have office apartment? Or this is two separate things, and the office will still remain at the current property? Just to clarify that. The other issue is on, I tried to look at the vote of the presidency, and this one, the issue of genocide. It doesn't feature in here. Maybe I missed the page. Where does it fall? It used to fall under the international relations. Why is it excluded? Where are we with the joint declarations negotiations? We had some people that were facilitating this process that were paid by the government on a monthly basis because they were busy with certain exercise, but yet I'm not seeing whether they are budgeted or not. Did that process close off or is still going on, and how will they be compensated? The other issue is on trade. We are observing on a daily basis trucks from Zambia bringing in copper to Walvis Bay Port. These trucks are damaging our roads very heavily. And looking at the level of our levy is very small, very minimal amount that we are charging them. Now, why don't we engage with Zambia, the area of the copper belt, where this copper is coming from, and where this copper is going? Maybe we set up a value addition factory for copper in Namibia so that we can benefit from this. Because we cannot just be there where our roads will be damaged on daily basis. But what we are getting from these trucks is so small, and maybe port levy and those type of things. But if we have a value addition kind of a processing plant, maybe it will add value in terms of job creation and all these type of benefits. But then also, our ambassadors, our high commissioners, I really see very little in terms of what they are bringing in from where they are representing us, in terms of manufacturing, in terms of factory, in terms of new technology, in terms of the whole beneficiation process or what I can say maybe the issue of the opportunity cost. If they are there, they must bring completely different opportunity to us. But they are just there presenting credentials to the president or to the prime minister, attending AU meetings, UN meetings, kind of these international setups. But the real value from our representative abroad is invisible. Maybe it's a system and the procedures that we have outlined. In terms, where is our blueprint or our wide foreign policy? What is it saying in order to maximize our representation approach? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Chair.
Chair,
Did
Deputy
you ask
Chair,
for the floor?
yes, Deputy
Yes,
Chair of the
please
whole
take
House
it.
Committee. Let me skip this round. Let me go to the next vote. I think I'm a bit confused.
Okay,
which
thank you,
vote I
thank you,
must
sir.
contribute.
You
Thank
are allowing us to economize on the time. Honorable Karonta.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I also rise to say a few things about this bill, this vote. The first of which is our macro trade program. I have a question as to whether there's one adopted to address the challenge or the question of import substitution. I don't see that in the budget or the motivation presented by the minister. And if we do, what are the core considerations of Namibia's import substitution program, and what budget amount is earmarked for this? Now, in attracting FDIs, are there any specific monetary, non-monetary incentives, disincentives to attract specific investors and, of course, discourage those that we don't think fit into our development agenda? Now, I see there was a 51% local participation shareholding that came about, I think, as a result of the discussions between our government and Elon Musk's, outfit. And I would be curious to know if this 51% is something that is across all industries, or is it specific to perhaps the information communication sector? Deputy Chair, I also would want to know, there was once a huge discussion about the Inga Dam project. I think it was one of our founding president's favorite projects. Through our own consultations, we have also established our brothers in Ghana also supported this very initiative, and they still feel it's something we should undertake. What is your position with regards to this, as it could potentially help not just Namibia, but Southern Africa to deal with the challenge of water scarcity and promote agriculture? Finally, as I step off, where in our foreign policy do we position Namibia in relation to the harassment experienced by our friends, Cuba, Venezuela, and so on, by these guys who have this humongous embassy in Windhoek here, the Americans? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Prof. Ampanta.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. So last time when we were having this debate, remember that conversation about Well, maybe I must qualify that it's beginning to show that you are in charge, because we didn't hear stories of people who are increasing their breasts with government money. So congratulations for taking care of all those funny things. At least people can now take us seriously. They must read in newspapers about Namibia participating in serious discourses, not increasing somebody's breast with government money. I just have a few contributions in this first go. First one is there seem to be, and I see it, and I sometimes blame my chairperson of our Committee on International Relations. You always hear some important international activity happening in Namibia, but our chairperson or even deputy chairperson or even members are nowhere to be found. When you look at the war in Iran, who are the greatest advocates who are leading the charge in the time of war? It's the Speaker of Parliament, you know, speaking on the national question. I think the ministry, I don't know who's to blame. Perhaps it's that conversation that must take place. I know there was a meeting between the committee. I don't know whether it already took place. It's a problem because we need to coordinate our effort. What actually happened here? You have these members that go to Pan-African Parliament. What are they advocating there? The other day there was a treaty here on SADC that we're ratifying here. What is the position of central government? I'm not convinced that we are coordinating our activities. The executive is on its own, and the rest of us are also on our own there. So there need to be serious coordination between parliamentary diplomacy and our participation. When we do a lot of work internationally, you might have a situation where MPs will go to Venezuela and they will stand up and say, take a particular position. I'm not saying MPs must agree. Obviously, we will not go and agree, but coordination helps us understand where we stand with one another in some of the things. The second one probably goes to Minister of Finance. You see on page 75, Minister of Finance, the Deputy Minister for International Relations, her entertainment allowance is 40,000. But the Minister of Health yesterday, her entertainment is 20,000. So somebody is probably, how does a Deputy Minister of International Relations, is it maybe she's traveling a lot, she's entertaining a lot of people? Yeah, it might be the case. Is that enough? So it's very important so that we can actually understand some of these things. The other one, the spouses of ambassadors, and I think that one I will have to come. I don't think I have enough time for it. I'm actually concerned about the diplomatic school here at UNAM, where I'm coming from. It's a problem. That school, you really need, because it's established with assistance of government, and I saw the MOU also, but there's nothing substantive happening there. People run there for short courses and they think that's not how the school of diplomacy works internationally and anyway. So you need to take charge. I see there's 1 million that is budgeted for that school. What is actually happening? Do they have programs that are accredited by NQA, or they just have these short courses? And people use those short courses for them to get promotion in diplomacy and things like that. Is that what it's supposed to do? It's supposed to have a research arm. It's supposed to have clear programs that people can participate. And I know those who run the UNAM will be very disappointed, but I think we are putting money into an empty pit. I'm not convinced that we have the necessary skill set also for that school. So see what is it that can be done when it comes to that. I don't know whether, because last year trade function was also there, but I see that on capital transfers on page 73, it increased from 79 million to 182 million. So I scratch my head to try and understand, how do you have an increase year to year, an increase of almost 103 million? What is it that has happened that is costing us 103 million that did not exist in 2025? So there's just maybe something that you can educate us for us to try and understand. The chairperson, I see that I will not raise just two more things. Yeah. That I guess I'll come back on it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable. The next person is Honorable Venani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee. Madam Minister of Trade, International Relations, I commend you for one thing, and that is I always look at our country's foreign ministers. Having aspiration to one day lead this country, I always look at, yes, it's my aspiration. You must just join me in that cause. You are a very firm hand, I must say. You have an aura, speak very well, and that's good for foreign affairs, for international relations. You represent the country very well in that scope. But I think your attention, being a very competent diplomat, your attention is also veering away from trade matters. And I really want you to focus also, because now you have two important areas of expertise that are needed. And now I'm also speaking as a very qualified international trade expert. I'm just getting my certificate, postgraduate, very soon. So I'm trying to say we are not giving enough attention to international trade. And that is lacking in that ministry. Therefore, I'm saying the following, that as a country, international trade must always be influenced by focusing on our niche markets. What is the Namibian niche markets, and how are we exploring those niche markets in the international community? And I don't think we are doing enough. We are also not doing enough in fostering regional partnerships across the world. We are within the frameworks of African trade, AFTAC, we are in the trade of AU, SADC, and so forth. But as a country, Namibia, with specific niche markets, we need to create new trade agreements that sells what we sell. Not what Africa sells, but what the country, the polity Namibia, can see as niche markets across the world. With this, I want to raise concerns over our meat market. For example, we have a very niche market of our meat entering the European market. But for the last 20 years, we are not filling our quotas. What is the strategy that the Ministry of Trade and the Ministry of Agriculture is adopting for us to increase our volumes in making sure that we benefit from that niche market in the interest of our country? How many free trade agreements have we signed as a country, as in our diplomacy with other countries to promote those niche markets? And I think we are lacking quite much there. On the mission on foreign relations, I'm very worried about the double dipping. You are a former diplomat, and I'm sure you would have heard me because I've been raising this opprobrium for a number of years. These things that you are an ambassador in Germany, in Ghana, or somewhere, you have access to a vehicle, a government vehicle, black Mercedes-Benz like a president. But in Namibia, you are also getting a car allowance. Can we afford it in this modern day and age? You are having a job wherever you are seated, but you are getting a double benefits from where you are and here. That thing is not sustainable. So how are you going to make sure that we curtail some of these resources in the interest of the country? Because if I have a Mercedes in London and I work in London, why should I have a Mercedes in the country? That double dipping is a problem. Our New York missions, I'm very worried because in New York you did something that I don't appreciate. In New York we have two missions homesteads. Luxury homesteads, one in Scarsdale, another one somewhere, that we bought. Why are we sitting with two missions? Too big. The ambassador has a house, the deputy ambassador has a Namibian house. Why are we spending so much in our international missions? Lastly, is how are we measuring output? When you send somebody, you send, we require an ambassador, you send Herunga, you send Sophia Shaningwa Venani, whoever you send. How do you measure that these people that are costing us a lot of money are bringing an output to the country? In fact, when you are presenting your budget, we also want to see that in this mission in Egypt, this is what we achieve. In this mission, this is what we achieve. Because ambassadors sometimes are not bringing enough. Lastly, is our absence in key strategic locations of the world. Why haven't we opened a mission in Australia at this point in time? Why haven't we opened a mission in the Maghreb region? Dubai, Qatar, all these areas. We are saving it from Egypt. We are not there where the world is kicking. And I think we must move away from just having our old ideological partners towards where the world is moving. Lastly, it's the trade attachés. I've lamented the question of trade attachés that are not present in the world. How have you improved? And how are you measuring our trade attachés in a greater interest of our country?
Thank you, Honorable Venani. Honorable Hengari.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I also want to join other members who have offered their support for this very important vote. Honorable Minister, I thought that in your statement you would mention the role that Namibia played when we chaired and facilitated the UN event, which was on the Pact for the Future, and which we co-chaired with Germany. I thought that that was a key milestone, perhaps important to highlight. One of the things that I really want to talk about is how our international policy and foreign policy is not domestified. And by that I mean the following. When we did our political science studies at the University of Namibia, we had a course called International Political Economy, IPE. One of the biggest issues that I had with that course is the fact that, one, it's so divorced with what is currently happening in the world. I wonder whether, Honorable Minister, we can find a way in which we localize international relations in Namibia. We have played so many roles, along with Singapore, even at the United Nations, in coming up with a pact for the future. We are leading conversations. As a small country like Namibia, I thought that those things and those milestones should be mentioned here and what it means for the ordinary Namibian citizen. We have representatives at the UN that often organize meetings around multilateralism, why multilateralism matters and is important to Namibia, but we hardly have those conversations here back home. I thought that it would be important to perhaps find a way in which we can localize international relations, especially given what's happening in the world. Two, one of the biggest issues I have, Honorable Minister, is that in this breakdown, budget breakdown, there is very little mention about whether we have a program to create awareness around Namibia's foreign policy. I have a document here, it's Namibia's Policy on International Relations and Cooperations, and it's a 2017 document. I want to know, Honorable Minister, whether we will have an opportunity as the 8th Parliament to review that particular policy. I see if you go through the document, they talk about economic diplomacy in all these forms of diplomacy, but I was actually shocked that we are still talking about beer as something that that is so important that it's almost become the one thing Namibia is known for. I think there are so many other products, Namibian products, that we need to put out there, but we must make mention of them in such strategic documents. The other and final, it's my last 2 minutes, is the current conversation right now is how the EU is trying to find ways to work with African countries. Now, it's my understanding, it's always been a conviction of mine that instead of Africa approaching some of those negotiations as a collective, you have the Africa Free Trade Continental Area, which is a market, a single market that allows for so many opportunities for many African countries, small and big. Why is it that we're not lobbying bodies like the EU to support the Africa Free Continental Trade Area? In that way, you don't really limit our involvement in our negotiations with the EU, but you have some sort of bargaining power because you're working together as a collective African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Haikola, Esther.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, in your statement, you have stated that one of the challenges, low awareness and limited technical understanding among stakeholders, particularly micro, small and medium enterprises, continue to hinder utilization of trade agreements. And as a result, many businesses are not yet able to translate market access opportunities into actual export and income generation. Honorable Minister, what is the plan to overcome these challenges? Because there are a lot of young people who want to utilize these agreements. Young people in Swakopmund who are busy doing peanut butter. Young people in the south that are busy producing cheese. and many products, but they are not access to this information. In fact, Honorable Minister, being in education for a long time, it also taught me the type of ministry that do really make an effort to raise awareness about what they do. But Minister of International Relations, I haven't seen this ministry in any of the schools raising awareness about what they actually do. Trade we see at trade fairs, when we take students to trade fairs, when we take them to career fairs. But international relations, that's why international relations is not being taken serious here in Namibia. Whereas, even at UNAM, where Honorable Member was saying. So it's very important that this information is being raised very well. You see, they have just moved from a certain building to a new building, but the information was not entirely on the internet. So a lot of young people, they came to Parliament asking for that. So it shows that there's a really, really vacuum. And the second one is, for example, there is that office in Otapi. You see, that office was also supposed to be utilized and really be one of the best offices that could serve people in the north when as much as trade is concerned, but still the lack of awareness. People in Otapi, I was there, a lot of them, they don't even know what that building it is for. And my second point, Honorable Minister, is that there is an allocation of 4 million to the membership fee of genocide. Are you able to highlight what is that? Are we paying because we are a victim of genocide? Or what is really, and 4 million, what is really happening? Or our people, what is really happening with these 4 million membership fees? The second one is, Honorable Minister, Harare, and as I was following, the ambassador, they even recently met President Mnangagwa, the president, yes, that one. So, His Excellency, but here in the budget, okay, yes, I withdraw, it's not that one. Yes, I withdraw, please. So it's His Excellency Mnangagwa. Okay. Yes. So the Honorable Minister, here in this book, yes, Mnangagwa, estimates of revenue, income and expenditure, it says that Harare is allocated zero balance. Why is it allocated zero balance if there are still people there? So, Honorable Minister, kindly highlight on that one. And also Stockholm. The Stockholm, last year we have allocated 315,000, and this year it's only allocated $13,000, 13,000 Namibian dollars. And next year it's allocated 215,000. Why is this year only allocated 13,000? Is it because maybe there is an ambassador there and there's probably just a cleaner that is being paid 1,100 per month, and that will be equivalent to a 13,000? Or what is really happening there? So thank you so much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Honorable Fries, take the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. On page 4 of the motivation, the Minister outlined that in our negotiations with our bilateral and multilateral cooperating partners, the protection and promotion of our national interests remain our foremost priority. Now, Honorable Minister, can you please provide examples where Namibia has successfully defended its national interests in multilateral negotiations, particularly where these conflicted with stronger economies? And Honorable Minister, in an era of rising geopolitical tensions and competing global powers, we know that players like the United States, China, and the European Union are applying influence over trade, investment, and technology. it is essential for Namibia to navigate these relationships carefully to avoid dependency on or conflict. I therefore wish to ask Honourable Minister, what strategy does Namibia have to maintain diplomatic scrutiny while still securing strong trade relationships with competing global superpowers? And with all these questions, Honourable Minister, I support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fries. Who's the next one? Is it my relative brother again? Who's? Lugato. Oh, Honorable Lizazi. The senior almost took your spot, Honorable. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, for the floor. My contribution on vote 7 is on page 83. I see this rental of properties of 113 million plus. So the question here is, since independence, 36 years in the foreign missions, one wonders, or I am wondering why we are still budgeting this much for renting properties in foreign missions. I just want to expand what Honorable Kandorozu was talking about. Because, for example, if someone in a foreign country wants to seek asylum in our land, we don't have land in that country. We are renting. So that person cannot be helped by Namibia because the land is not ours. Now, if we acquire that land in that foreign mission, it's going to be our property and it's going to be registered in our books, and it's going to even increase, add to our GDP because we own that land in that foreign mission. But now we are still renting these properties. Why are we still renting? 36 years after independence. Why are we not acquiring this land? For example, if we take this money, 1,113 million, we can acquire properties in some countries with this money, and the following year again, we can acquire in the following country. Why do we keep on renting and renting, and we are not coming up with a permanent solution? Because these missions are permanent. It's not today, tomorrow, we are done. They are permanent things. Why are we not planning for permanent solutions? So we are wasting resources for 36 years on rent. That is my advice.
Thank you, Honorable Lucato, my relative brother.
Thank you very much, my good relative brother, the Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and the members of the Parliament. Thank you very much for the platform again. My further contributions is regarding that my relative sister, Honorable Minister, I just want to appeal and request, humble request to you, since you took over this ministry, and then before you, there were many ministers who served in this ministry. So for the sake of transparency, accountability, responsibility, to accommodate the Namibian people, ethnic groups, I want to know if you can provide this House with a list of the various names of ambassadors and the commissioners, those who served from 1990 up to now. So that, to accommodate, all ethnic groups equally. Yes. Yeah, in this regard, yeah, thank you so much, my relative brother. That's my humble request. Thank you so much. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Lucato. The next is Honorable Hangula Tuivo.
Yes, thank you,
Tuafeni.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Minister of Trade. My focus is specifically on Program 3, International Trade and Investment Promotion. This program is allocated an amount of 139.1 million, which is a very big jump from about 23 million, if I'm not mistaken, or so. And this is, it highlights that there is progress. It's about 10% of the budget, and I understand it's also because of the incorporation of the NIPDB into its mandate. I really welcome this. Yeah, that one. It shows that trade has and investment promotion has really been taken seriously now. And I also welcome the ministry's focus on trade diversification and the unlocking of the AFTA opportunities, while also improving Namibia's place in African trade on the continent. This is what we really need. Although I think this is the right direction, because Namibia is a very small country, but we are very well placed in terms of geography. So, and we will also have political stability, but most important of all, we have Walvis Bay Harbor. So we have links into, we have a corridor into the African, especially Southern Africa. And that gives us a chance to trade more with our African brothers and sisters, and also the continental Southwest Asia. I believe that according to the budget here, the trade, the ministry has done a lot of useful groundwork, so to put it. It says that you've held AFTA business engagements in all 14 of our regions, and we've actually officially launched the trade under the AFTA. So that's something very commendable, and I think that this will help open market opportunities for Namibian products. But really, you yourself have said it, it tells us where the real problem is, and that many of our businesses still do not fully understand trade agreements, especially international trade agreements. Many of them are struggling with rules of origin, standards, trade procedures, and compliance for international markets. And that means market access really should not just remain something on paper, but it should become something real. And this is where I believe our attention must really go. So I must suggest that we must make export readiness a national priority for our small businesses, and we must help our SMEs and youth businesses and women-led businesses with education on standards, certification, packaging, trade finance, and logistics. And AFTA must not just remain a promise, but something that is of reality. My second suggestion, perhaps, is that we must make and prioritize Walvis Bay corridor, and we must position it better. Namibia may be small, but we can become a strong and reliable and fast logistics and exports harbor, or hub rather. I believe that we should target sectors where we can compete well in Africa and prioritize those on a national level. So this will enable us to sort of punch above our weight, being a small country that we are in terms of population. And if we support our producers very, very well, And if we trade strategically, Namibia can become a serious player under the AFTA. So I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Hangula. Honorable Professor Amupanta.
Yeah. So, Minister, I'm just back to finish. Firstly, Minister, whatever it is that you are doing with that cadet program, please continue. Because part of the problem that we've always had, particularly those of us who teach, you find your worst student, who's number 20, is the one who end up working at a very important, so whatever the interviews and your assessment, I remember I meet them, those students who pass through, like that, I can just take my grades. It will always be those top 10 students. So that means it's a verification of the method of selection, what you're doing. Why I'm saying that is important, and one of the things that people don't actually realize why we had that thing of FEMA is because majority of these comrades, when they came from exile, they were in their 28, 30s when they went in the public in that bureaucracy. So by 2020, majority of them were turning 60. So the comrades realized, hey, we're going to have a lot of withdrawal from from GIPF, because they didn't plan in advance that in 30 years' time you are going to have a huge contingent of people who are going to be leaving. And they wanted to now keep people's money with this FEMA thing that didn't succeed. That's actually part of the reason. So this cadet program is very important, and please continue to keep up on that program. Our chairperson is here. I don't know whether he's listening. We were just talking about your failure to coordinate, your failure and the minister's failure to coordinate with one another. We don't want to see any international activities happening in your absence. And if you are absent, Honorable Venani can represent you. It's a very serious thing. You are going to Germany now, and what you are going to be asked a question about genocide. What are you going to say? Because we don't know what the government position is. Yeah? Not because you are from Swapo. Imagine is Honorable Venani who's the chairperson. So we're just highlighting that we hope after this you will engage the minister in some of those things. I was talking about spouses of diplomats. And I think sometimes we need maybe to consider seriously. We have now, once we take a decision that we have appointed a person who's not married, we must also follow and say that, you know, we have appointed a person who's not married. You must take their girlfriend with also. So how do we stabilize this thing? No, it's very serious. We have to think carefully about this. You have an ambassador who is not married, but that ambassador is a girlfriend. And that person will not be stabilized. There's a series I invite the minister to watch. It's called The Diplomat. If you watch that series, you are actually able to see that the spouses of these people, and how the intelligence network and system targets these people. So whether we are arguing that no, we are only taking people who are married. So these people now and then fly, go back, and because the ambassador is not, just check how many of your ambassadors, the ones that are married, how many of them are always coming back home? And what are they coming back home to do? Are they coming for a meeting, or they are coming to visit so we need to stabilize our ambassadors also. And we need to have a framework really just to look at. We can laugh about it, but it's something that we need to carefully think about. It's very serious. Yeah. So the development budget, we saw now that the development budget is just 6 billion, but there was also a 3 billion, I think, from the report of NPC. That 3 billion was mobilized through development partners. So what actually happens at universities when funding becomes less, these deans of faculties are given a responsibility, an amount of money that they must gather. I hope we are able to coordinate and say, no, ambassador to Germany, we want for this financial year, we want you to get us 300 million to support our development budget, so that they run up and down. Now our ambassadors are just on Facebook, which is good. They are just on Facebook and saying, I was watching you guys in Parliament. But while we were in Parliament, there was also a UN meeting that was live. Why were you not watching the UN meeting in that particular country? So it is very important that we also use our ambassadors to support our development budget that is really low at, is it what? What is it? 6 billion is what? What's the percentage of it? 6.5%. No, it's billion. Yeah. So the last one is on subsidies that we are giving to individual and organization.
Professor, it's your time. You can come back. Honorable Mvula.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I think the country at large has come of age. Now, I would like to get a bit of, or rather for the Honorable Minister of International Trade, International Relations and Industries to give a bit of clarity, because on the specific roles of this ministry, which deals with industrialization, and obviously through promotion of trade as well as promotion of investment, in order to basically feed the sustainable development agenda of government. But then you have your the Ministry of Mines, which obviously, which is laid up for debate as far as the vote is concerned, that also has the same mandate. Now, is there a possibility of duplication here? And if so, what is or how feasible is it for the trade and industrialization, or trade and industries, as it were, from the beginning, to actually be merged portfolios and fall under one ministry? I don't know whether the minister has the full mandate to motivate that in cabinet, but one feels that there is a duplication of duty, or rather of duties. And if you look at, for example, the SACU agreement, which came into force, I think in the 1960s, but it was formulated in 1901 or so, it now embraces the Africa Free Trade Area, and now, is it so, under the policy development, I think, allocation of your ministry, is it so that our negotiators, or even, let's start with policy advisors, they cannot, or they don't have the capacity or ability to negotiate with Angola, which is just close by? And I know, we all know that it's not part of the SACU family, but the SACU agreement itself makes provision for any other member country to actually table that motion for any other country to actually be accepted or considered for acceptance under SACU. And the fact that Angola has not ratified the Africa Free Trade Agreement or protocol, does that say that we should just sit back and do nothing about it, and not convince our neighbors that have so much potential that can cascade down to our ordinary Namibians who are in micro and small businesses, whether it's a order from me or order with me, or even with the trade as far as fuel is concerned. It is actually very shocking on these trade relations, or what trade relations what miracles trade relations can make or can do. The fuel prices at the fuel pump price in Angola is still relatively where it was today where it was in March. And that is at $4.30 and some few pennies, whilst for petrol and whilst us, we are already in the 20s. So, but then Botswana is part of SACU, and it negotiated, as we are made to believe, the 30% stake in this oil industry. What is holding us back from exploring those avenues? I think I can come back later, but maybe just shortly. But so there is a need for some consolidation, and there is a need for streamlining of these two portfolios, trade and industry. So
Thank you, Honorable. Just a reminder, we have concluded the hour, but there's still Honorable Balotti and Honorable Shea. But you can still come back. You may come back. Yeah. And then after that, we conclude, right?
Thank you very much. I equally wish to support vote 7. I want to touch on program 5, which is that of the trade and investment promotion. As has been mentioned by some of the previous speakers, it very much speaks to the absorption of the Investment Promotion Development Board. But I want to make reference, Honorable Minister, to that 139 million being, as stated in the document, very much speaking to trade promotion, SME development, export and investment promotion. Now, Honorable Minister, vote 15, which is Industries, Mines and Energies, equally has program 6, which is trade promotions at 119 million, and it has program 7, which is essentially small business development. And I think my concern and to bring to your attention is that we are trying to avoid overlap and duplication possibly. And again, if we're speaking to program 5 under vote 7, Honorable Minister, I think in supporting Honorable Hangula, where we say there should be a great focus on export readiness and scaling of these micro businesses and small businesses, we need to avoid duplication, because what happens is entrepreneurs go from one ministry seeking support and going to the next ministry seeking the same support when they're aware of some of those programs and options. So, Honorable Minister, with the agencies that were formerly housed at MIT, which is the prior Ministry of Industrialization and Trade, we have agencies such as BIPA, Competition Commission, Standard Institute, NIDA, Trade Forum, Wafish Bay Corridor Good Estate Agents Board. I think I've touched on them. But there's not one dedicated agency speaking to entrepreneurship or SME development. And as long as SME development remains a directorate or a department within NIPDB, I think that we are not doing justice to ensure that SME development is really taken seriously. And so, Honorable Minister, I think that's my submission, but very much in support with the hope that we can really elevate SME development and entrepreneurship, which speaks to job creation. I so submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Balotti. Honorable Shea.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. From the onset, let me also support the Honorable Minister for a job well done for the past year, together with your team. And in supporting you, we are hoping that we just keep on improving and doing better. Honorable Minister, I only have two things. One, Honorable Minister, I think Honorable Balotti touched a little bit on it. Mine, the first one, is just the issue of quite a lot of SOEs or parastatals that we have created in this country. And over-regulation, which I know it's Parliament's baby, that we have in the country. Honorable Minister, I would draw to say, we look at some of the programs under your ministry, which looks at empowering SMEs and local businesses. But I have a fundamental issue or problem in terms of SMEs being overcharged and outcharged out of life. Let me put it that way, because of a lack of better English word. Where you find an SME must pay registration at BIPA, he must do annual subscription at BIPA, he must go and pay for SME certificate, he must go and pay again for affirmative action, he must pay for good standing, he must pay for everything, he's just paying. Even before he has even started doing business, some of them, as far as municipalities, fitness certificates that they have to pay. And some of them don't even have contracts, are young people who are trying to go into the procurement process of government, but they are being discouraged to register businesses because of the cost attached to actually owning a business. And I think some of these things, we need to make them, maybe put them as one, because I think people are being overcharged in this country, Honorable Minister. The second issue that I probably just want to touch on, Honorable Minister, is the issue of our ambassadors. I know Her Excellency's, one of Her Excellency's priorities, and that of also SWAPO Party, is the creative industry. Honorable Minister, it would be very important that our ambassadors actually start promoting our talent in other countries, so that we can actually start using our talent as a trading commodity. In terms of other countries, when you see Brazilians are exporting football players, that is one of their main business. Exporting football players to bigger leagues to make money that comes back to their country. And it would be good that also as Namibians, we must start at least making sure that we create platforms for our creative industry, whether it's artists, whether it's choral groups, to go and actually perform at bigger and international platforms. One sits, Honorable Minister, and you look at other countries in Africa, I think it's now 2 or 3 groups I have seen even performing at America's Got Talent, for example, a big platform from South Africa, from Uganda. But what are we doing as Namibians? Are we saying we really don't have talent in this country that we can expose to bigger platforms? The last group I remember that performed at the bigger platform was Buleta Yaka, at one of the World Cup opening ceremonies. So this year we are in America, Mexico for World Cup, even AFCON for that matter. Maybe with Honorable Balotti and Honorable Senet Steenkamp, we must make sure that our artists, we at least negotiate. Now, the other artists from other countries come and perform here, they fill up stadiums, they get all the money from us, they go, but never do we have any performing artists from our country performing in another country. And I think we need to start promoting that from a level of ambassadors as well. Thank you very much. That is my submission, Deputy Chair from the whole House. That the Shitana, he has 11 albums, 13. We need to see him performing in other countries as well. Even at other parliaments, SADC PF, when they go, they must take Shitana along to go and perform it. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, I don't see any names reflecting on my screen. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Minister. Thank you. It's because of you, all of you.
Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members, thank you very much for the overwhelming support to vote 7. Thank you very much for the very good questions that you have posed.
that shows that you are well interested in our foreign policy. Thank you very much for the very good constructive criticism. We value that very much. And I also want to thank you all for the very good recommendations and suggestions you have made. We really take them seriously. Even last year you did the same, and in fact we have implemented most of what you have recommended. Because as I always say, we are all ambassadors for our country. So I have compartmentalized the questions according to the programs. Let me start with the missions. Okay, some embassies having higher amounts than others. That has always been the case. If you look at this book, multilateral missions will always have more staff because of the nature of work. And bilateral missions will have lesser staff. But it also depends on what the level of our interest is in a specific country. So that's why there's a variance. So nobody is shortchanged. They get what they need to do their work. Honorable Lucato, why are heads of missions not appointed by the minister but by the president? Appointing heads of missions is well beyond my paycheck. The Namibian constitution gives the president that prerogative, that authority. And that's why they are appointed by the president, because in fact, where they are, they don't represent the minister. They represent the head of state. That's why the letter that they get is a letter from one head of state to the other. So I see you nodding, so that is the answer. To my son, Kandoron, value addition by the embassies. Yes, don't be jealous. What business are the missions aiding? That is really something that keeps me awake. Is to make sure that our missions show value for money. And in fact, they do. I think what we need to do better is to market the output of the missions so that everybody understands the value that they add. I know that some of them still have to pull up their socks, but we need to do better, honestly, in marketing the output of our missions. Some of you might have noticed that we had a program where we were profiling our missions through New Era every second week. So we have decided we are going to begin to do that again. First, to educate the public, but also to put friendly pressure on our missions, so that when they are profiled, everybody can see whether they are really up to the task or not. The other thing that we have started doing is to have virtual meeting with all our missions so that we carry everybody. We have different expertise, but they are all committed to their work. And we also want to create a dashboard at our ministry so that when you come in, that dashboard will give you the world map. And it will give you the level of investment that those embassies have brought into the country. All that is really to make sure that everybody can see that the ministry is adding value. Honorable Venani, thank you very much. You have always been supportive of our ministry, really. Since I joined that ministry, you are one of the honorable members who usually visit our our ministry, just to converse. Please keep it up. With regard to the car allowance, I don't actually, let me check with my colleagues because I have my admin people there. I don't actually think that we are double dipping. We used to, but not anymore. Because when you are at the mission, you are given a car. You are given a representative accommodation because you represent the country. You don't want to go there and start, advertising poverty. So you want to make sure that people appreciate. so at least you have to be representative. And the government, I think, is really doing all it can to take very good care of its diplomats. But I don't think that they are getting car allowances anymore. But I'll check on that one. New York does not have 2 residences. We only have 1, where the head of mission is staying. The other residence that you are referring to is a property that we own. And we are in the process of disposing that because we realize that it's too big for a number 2. So, so we are in the process of disposing that so that the number 2 can move into a befitting residence equal to his or her level. I think I have responded to your question on how do we measure the output of missions. That I think has been taken care of. Now, in terms of opening embassies in strategic places, I agree with you, my brother, wholeheartedly. However, maintaining embassies is expensive. It's really very, very expensive. That's why we only have 34 missions in the world. Each one of them is concurrently accredited to not less than 8. What we are doing is we want to increase the number of our honorary consuls because they add value. It's their countries, they have the connections, they know who is who. So that is what we are focusing on. We are thinking of opening about maybe 2 or 3 more, not this financial year, next financial year, and some of the countries that we have mentioned will be included among those 3. Trade attaches, I think we've got about 9 trade attaches only. We need more, but it all depends on the generosity of my sister. We have to do with what we have, but you have a point there. Then, Honorable Aikola, who was talking about Harare, Ambassador in Harare, zero balance is not possible. It might be on a sub-vote, but what page is that? I have too many questions. Let me just assure you that every mission is allocated funds. Maybe there are some sub-votes where there is nothing, but in terms of operational funds, every mission is allocated funds. Then Honorable Luzazi, rental of properties are too high. Why are we still renting after 36 years? Very good question. Properties are very expensive, my brother. They are really very, very expensive, but every year we do acquire some because we realize that renting is not helpful. Pardon? I don't want us to have a dialogue. Let me just continue.
Yeah, please, just
focus on your that they are really, and my
focus
time is
on
going,
your response.
And my time is going. Properties are very, procuring properties is very expensive. So when we have more money, we will buy more. Honorable Ampanda, spouses versus girlfriend. I thought that was just a light note, right? You can't force somebody to marry. And marital status is not the criteria for making somebody a head of mission, but I think all of them are in good standing, at least those I know. The problem comes where both spouses are professionals and one doesn't want to follow the other spouse because they also have their profession. What government does is to allow the spouse to visit the other spouse who had the mission twice a year. If you want to go more than twice a year, then you fork out yourself. And I think that is quite generous, really, because we want to keep families together. We don't want divorces. Honorable Chair, creative industries, yes, our embassies are actually doing all they can to promote our artists, but I take your advice. Let me go to multilateral. Honorable Karonda, Inga Dam was actually a proposal of our late founding father. However, currently it is a project under the African Union, so nothing is lost there. Then, Honorable Hengari, you mentioned about the compact of the future. It was actually in the statement. I was just worried about the 15 minutes. Yes. So, but you are right. We need to localize international relations, and this is why we have the Theo Ben Gurirap lecture series. That is actually the aim of bringing foreign policy to our people. But I agree with you that maybe we need to do more. We reviewed our white paper in 2016, and that's how we came up with a policy on international relations, where we have included the new and emerging issues. However, we will continue to be on the watch out and look out and to put whatever is emerging on the international arena. Why are we not lobbying the EU to support the AFCFTA? We are, because the EU and FCFTA actually have a program, the same one we have at the SADC level. There was a question on the 4 million for genocide. Negotiations have been going on. They take place in Namibia, they take place in Germany. The technical committee have also been doing some outreach programs in the country, and that is what the money is used for. Then Honorable Fries, where in multilateral fora Namibia have successfully defended our interests, we do that all the time. Whatever we do in terms of foreign policy is based on Article 96. We cannot deviate from that. Then let me go to the program on administration, policy planning and support. The feasibility study. The feasibility study is for the headquarters that we are constructing. Currently, we have people sharing offices up to 7 in one office. That building is not functional for a foreign ministry, honestly. Whoever comes to visit you, wherever they are from, they come to your office. That is not a building that reflects people who take their foreign policy serious. So we need to have our own building, and that feasibility study and everything that you have seen there is actually for that purpose. Honorable Lucato, I think I've responded to your question as to why missions cannot get the same funds. They have different responsibilities. I think I've also responded to the question on buying of properties outside. Genocide, I have just responded. They have got 4 million. I think I've done justice to that. Honorable Lucato, you want the names of ambassadors and high commissioners since 1990 to make sure that there is ethnic balance. The president is the appointing authority of heads of missions. She does not discriminate. I think we are doing quite well in that department in terms of balancing. Thank you very much, Honorable Ampanda, on a comment for our cadet. We will actually continue to do that. I think I have done justice on that one. Let me go on to trade, which is bread and butter issues. There was a question Honorable Amtenya, I think you asked a question about the 3,000 cattle that were exported to Mauritius. It's true we are exporting jobs, and it's something that I actually am very much not in support with. However, these are private business people. The problem that we have is that we do not have enough feedlots, because these are winners. And I have been in touch with my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture. They are working on that, but we take note of your concern. Then, Honorable Kandorondu, thank you very much for your proposal. Maybe we need to think about tolls and so on in terms of the trucks that comes from Zambia. We'll take that proposal into account. I think, Honorable Venani, you are saying that we need to focus on trade. I agree very much with you. That is what we are going to do. Let me just mention that, last year was really the year of taking off. This year is going to be the year where we are going to be cruising, taking into account also the proposal that you have given us. We know that we need to do more in terms of trade, and we are just going to do that. In terms of SMEs, I realize that there is a bit of confusion between what we do at the Ministry of International Relations and International Trade and the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy. International trade, we take care of two issues. Market access, creating market access for Namibian products and services, and then promoting investments into the country. That is the portfolio that the ministry that I lead is responsible for. Anything else that has to do with trade, internal trade, your BIPAs, your SMEs, your industries, is in the good hand of my brother here. However, because they are interrelated, we work very closely together. For example, when I went to all the 14 regions, we had people from the Ministry of Industries. And what informed the visit to go to the regions is to say, let's go to the regions to see what is the competitive advantage of each region, so that as we promote investment, we know exactly what is the strength of Erongo region, what is the strength of Artab, what is the strength of Kunene. That was the purpose. We have prepared our report, and that is now what we are going to do, to tell our embassies and say, our embassy in Sweden, please can you focus on this region? This is what this region needs. So that is what we have been doing, and this is why I say last year was really a year of taking off. Now we are going to be cruising to make sure that people can see what the Ministry of International Relations and Trade is doing. Then, Honorable Angula, you have given, I think you are really just giving us advice, and I take it to heart. Thank you very much for that. Honorable Angula, I just explained the difference between the mandate of MIT. With regard to Angola, Angola now has signed on to the SADC Free Trade Agreement. They have also ratified it. It will make it easier for our business people to now access that market. And it didn't come easy, it's because we have been talking to them, and we are happy that they have done that. Honorable Balotti, you have been very passionate about SMEs. And I agree with you, because SMEs are almost everywhere. So what we are doing with the Honorable Minister of Industries is to work together and see how do we pool our resources so that we can really make an impact with regard to our SMEs. I think that was also the question by Honorable Chair. Oh my goodness, I have 0 minutes.
You may wish to round up and summarize.
I think I've really, Honorable Lampanda, you made a comment about foreign policy. maybe we have not done a good job in engaging the Committee on International Relations whenever we have events. However, I know that in some cases we issue events, invitations, and nobody turns up. So we will do better, because maybe the channels we have been following are not the correct one, but thank you very much for bringing that up. There was a question on Cuba. What are we doing for Cuba and Venezuela? We are doing a lot. Oh, that is all I can say. We are doing a lot to assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You did justice to defending your vote. Any objection? No. So agreed. I put vote 15. Industries, mines and energy. Any discussions? Huh? No. I see my relative brother there. It's on vote 50. Vote 15, eh? Yeah. Can we calm down?
Yeah, my brother, my relative brother.
I know the rain is very soothing.
Deputy
you can come
Chairperson.
down. Yes, my brother.
Yeah.
Honorable.
Yeah, I was trying to get hold of you here on the ministry. You see, there are two things.
But my relative brother, we concluded that vote.
Yeah, just for... Just
We concluded. Sorry. The brotherly love cannot stretch to that level. Okay. Any Ngombe?
Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Whole House Committee.
You have the floor.
Yes. Thank you. Can I continue?
Yeah, please.
All right.
Go ahead.
I know it's raining and it's a little bit hard to hear. But unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. It's nature. I would like to contribute to vote 15. Or must I be a bit more loud? Put on the headphones, please.
Yeah, good.
It's better.
Honorable Ngombe, try at the top of your voice.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, or Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, I want to take this House to page 38 of vote 1 first. And that vote, estimates, sorry. Yeah. So when we open at page 38, Office of the President, objective and description, it is related to the promotion of oil and gas. It says, to ensure adequate supply of petroleum product to the nation and minimize negative impact of petroleum resources exploitation on environment. Now, with that said, I would say let us page to 245. And we get to vote 15, which speaks about petroleum affairs, objective and description, to ensure adequate supply of petroleum product to the nation and minimize negative impact of petroleum resources, exploitation on environment. Then we go back again on the main operation. I read from the same page 245. It says, to promote exploration of oil and gas, which is currently a critical element to achieve security supply of energy to the nation. Exploration and supporting activities such as licensing attract huge investment, resulting in substantial revenue to the state. I jump back again and I go to page 38, main operations. To promote exploration of oil and gas, which is currently a critical element to achieve security supply of energy to the nation. Exploration and supporting activities such as licensing attract huge investments, resulting in substantial revenue to the state. With this said here, Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, these allocations are identical in description, yet under two separate votes. Are we budgeting for the same thing twice, hoping no one would check? Or what? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Next is who? Eh? Honorable Itope. Is it Lisasi? Huh?
It's here now.
Oh. But why are you saying Itope? Honorable Lisasi.
Thank you very much. I have given.
I think if I had the authority, I would have done something about the advisors here. On a lighter note.
All right. I just want to continue amplifying on what Honorable Ngobe was explaining there. He was reading. We see in vote 1 the provision of funds 19 million plus, and we still come and see the same vote, the same activity, the same project is given 12 million again under the Ministry of Industry and Mines and Energy. Is still given the same money again. With the allocation in your ministry, Honorable Amute, we agree with it. And this is where we were saying, let's move that allocation from vote 1 and bring it into the allocation, and we amplify this amount. We put 19 million plus 12 million, which will give us a lot of money for the project. We move it from there because where it is now, it's unconstitutional, it's not a creature of law. We want to bring that money into your ministry because this is a creature of law. The allocation in vote 1 is illegal. We want to bring it to the legal allocation. That is the point that he was trying to put across. And this is what we are putting across, that we support the vote and we bring it from there and bring it to the legal program. And continuing to the next point, the second point, Honorable Nekundi, I have a right. Yeah. Stop moving your hand. All right, it's illegal.
Yeah, no, that was on a lighter note.
I wanted to put across to you before I sit down is on the issue of rural electrification. I don't know why government is finding it very difficult, especially in places such as Zambezi, where we have nucleated villages. We are not scattered. We are in a nucleated village. Why are you not electrifying our villages there? Because since we started, since 30 36 years now of independence, we are still in the dark. Most villages are in the dark. So when are you going to electrify? I remember, because where you were a councillor, Honorable Amundse, that is where I started my teaching career. I remember the community there had to donate money so that they can be electrified. How many of the Namibian people have such an amount of money to donate so that they can encourage the current government to electrify them? There are poor people in the rural area. So when are you going to bring electricity to our villages? We are still waiting for 36 years after independence. So that is my little contribution. I thank you, Honorable Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Lizazi. Shimi, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the All House Committee. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy for providing stewardship to one of our critical ministries, the ministry that is responsible for industrialization. I also want to commend you for recognizing that energy, especially electrical energy, electricity, is a key input for industrialization. And I'm happy to see a number of projects that you have listed in your motivation speech. On page 3, there are a number of projects that are in the pipeline to enhance our capacity to produce electricity at home. And a number of these projects are in the renewable space. And that's commendable because we have significant resources, wind resources and solar resources, and therefore we must make use of our sun, we must make use of our wind. I'm a bit concerned, however, Honourable Minister, because when the sun is down and when the wind is down, we will not have power. So we need dispatchable power. In other words, base load. So that's one. The second thing is that we continue to supplement our energy with our power with importing power from our neighboring countries. And unfortunately, all these countries are actually load shedding. I was in Zambia in January. They're actually complaining that, you Namibians are taking up all our power while we are in the dark here in Zambia. So, Honorable Minister, we are vulnerable. So, and therefore, it's important that we really invest in enhancing our capacity to have base load in Namibia so that we can support industrialization. So I also want to remind you, Honorable Minister, that this August House approved the recommendation last year for the ministry to submit a 5-year electricity plan to this August House. We just wanted to remind you, we are looking forward to receive that plan in due course. Second point I want to make, Honorable Minister, is that your ministry is well positioned to help us to industrialize. It's good that you are managing both energy, because for you to industrialize, for you to process the copper that Honorable Kandarodu was talking about, you need power. Power is a significant input into processing. You can't process unless you have affordable power, and it has to be affordable. And therefore, your ministry should help us the mining sector should help us to industrialize. For instance, the basic input in the mining sector, like the personal protection equipment, the overalls and things like that. Why do we still continue or why does the mining sector still continue to import them from outside? I'm aware that the mining sector came up with a charter many years ago, and that charter has not been implemented yet. And in that charter, there are commitments to procure locally. And therefore, I would like to appeal to you, Honourable Minister, that you need to bring the mining sector together with the manufacturers. There are existing manufacturers in Namibia, like Dinapama, for instance, and I will want to advise you to visit that factory, employing a lot of people here in Vendu and elsewhere. So if they can produce some of those PPEs for the mining sector, we can really help to retain our jobs, we can create more jobs, and we can keep the money circulating here in Namibia. With those few words, I support the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Itope.
Women Caucus. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable members. I rise to express my strong support for the 2026-2027 budget allocation to vote 15, Ministry of Industry, Mines and Energy. This ministry is a central to the harnessing and natural resources, promoting industry development and driving inclusive socio-economic growth. Over the past year, the ministry has created over 600 jobs and advanced key energy projects, including the 40 mega biomass plant near Tumeba and 100 megawatt Gaipso solar station in Rospina, and the 51 megawatt Omburu battery storage system, upgrading the national grid, such as 132 kV, Namibia, Diaz, and yes, that one you can assist. That's not a problem. Yes. Strengthening electricity supply and reliability across the region. Namibia is also expanding renewable energy, battery storage, and green hydrogen initiative, while strengthening regional energy cooperation with Angola through the Binance hydropower project and ANA transmission interconnector. This effort secure energy independence, create jobs, and stimulate local industry. You can just reason. What is the problem? The ministry remains committed to protect our diamond and mining sector. Strategic participation in the African Diamond Produce Association and Kimberley process ensure job prevention and promote value additional locally. Similarly, the petroleum sector is being strengthened through regulatory oversight, the bulk petroleum import coordination system, and legislative update to ensure reliable and affordable fuel supply. Industrialization and SME support a key priority. Yes, Honorable Ina, you are my sister.
Yes.
Investment in industry park. The Valdez Bay pipe plant, salmon farming in Rudres. I'm just informing you because you are not aware.
Continue, my sister.
And the Caribbean marble processing plant will be generate 100 jobs and boost local value addition. Support for SME through equipment provision and skill development will empower small business and encourage economic diversification. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I therefore urge all honorable members in this August House to approve vote 15 and support the ministry to continue work for the benefit of all Namibians. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Jonas.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Let me begin by appreciating Honorable Minister of Mines, Energy and Industry for your progressive work-centered leadership since you took office. Namibia natural resources are centered to our development, but this progress must reach workers who sustain these sectors. Let me sincerely commend you for your persistent engaging the mining and diamond policing workers, which you have started recently, listening to their realities and committing to improve their working condition. My focus this afternoon will focus on Program 1, 4, and 5, that is diamond mining as well as the emerging petroleum sector, which are important to our economy and the livelihood of thousands of Namibian workers in this country. Program 1, despite the mining support for mining investment, despite the ministry support for mining investment, workers still face job insecurity from inconsistent commodity prices, unsafe conditions of employment, casualization labor, and inadequate housing and social protection. Honorable Minister, we urge the strengthening of labor standards and the introduction of the mine workers transition and protection framework as part of licensing requirements to ensure reskilling, redeployment, fair compensation, and just transition while sustaining the industry. Program 4, Honorable Minister, the diamond sector is a cornerstone of Namibia development, and your commitment is commendable so far. Promoting local cutting and polishing and reviewing the diamond sales marketing agreement will create jobs and value local and protect livelihood. Yet, listen, the industry has declined in recent years with retrenchments and closure leaving many workers vulnerable. Namibia Diamonds must benefit Namibians through sustainable operation, skill transfer, and economic empowerment. I encourage you, Honorable Minister, to continue prioritizing necessary measures that safeguard jobs and ensure these sectors advance both national growth and workers' welfare. Program 5, further, the petroleum sector offers opportunity but carries serious labor risk. Technical roles are largely held by expatriates, while Namibians occupy mainly support positions, and the industry rely heavily on subcontractor labor, leads to insecurity, unequal pay, and weak protection of these workers. Honorable Minister, we call for a local content policy that mandates skills transfer, set clear threshold for Namibian participation, regulate subcontracting, and invest in technical training, ensuring workers, youth, and women benefit fully. This budget is a chance to align resources governance with social justice. The wealth generated from our resources must improve conditions for the workers who will make it possible. A pro-worker approach is both right, economical sound, ensuring stability, productivity, and inclusive growth. With this contribution, I support the vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jonas. Honorable Mulunga.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I want to draw the attention of the Minister to page 235 of the Income and Expenditure book, where an amount of about 800,000 has been budgeted for broadcasting services. We just wanted the Honorable Minister to provide clarity on what exactly is the Ministry going to broadcast with this amount. I also want to go to page 253, where the Ministry is investing in the Caribbean Gemstone and Jewelry Center. And the government has been pumping money into the Caribbean Gemstone factory with the aim of industrializing it, but it has not lived up to its envisioned mandate. And this year we have budgeted again an amount of 1 million which in my opinion is quite a very, very small amount. And I would therefore implore on the Honorable Minister for the government to either make a decision whether we really want to industrialize this sector, and if so, that we want to industrialize it, that we inject sufficient funding to these entities so that indeed they industrialize. And if not, then just take away that money and put it somewhere else where it can serve a better need and it can make an impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Amupanta.
Thank you, Minister and Chairperson. I was saying, maybe I'm going to excuse you, Minister, because it must be really tough. You are thrown in the deep end, and you must just, stomach all this. But knowing you as an honest person, you are not opposed to criticism. Just look at page 15 of your motivation. In that it says Namibia currently has 12 diamond manufacturing companies. I'll read it again. Namibia currently has 12 diamond manufacturing companies. Everyone who was listening now understand that in the whole world, diamonds can now be manufactured. In Namibia, the whole world now understand that it is actually possible for you to manufacture a diamond. Yeah? But we know it's not you. It's these people who do, because if it was you, there is no way. We haven't seen the books that you have written and the work that you have done. There is no way you are going to claim that. This is how these officials set up ministers, because they are not the one who's reading. Now you are the one who's telling the whole world that Namibia has 12 diamond manufacturing companies. And then what are we teaching? Is there anybody who have seen how you can manufacture a diamond?
Maybe synthetic.
No, but even if it's synthetics, you don't manufacture them in Namibia. Yeah? So it's, but you could see that you are probably talking about polishing.
Yeah.
Yes. So these people must not embarrass ministers like that. I'm on your side, ministers. You see, when these people write these things and what is basically happening is you who's reading it. No, page 15, read there. Let's not defend things that cannot be defended. But knowing you, I know that you are not the one who's making that claim. So Minister, we really need to have a conversation about energy. We haven't had this conversation about energy regulatory framework. We don't. Yeah? So whenever people are talking about energy, you only hear solar and electricity. But energy is a broad concept. And there was always this initiative to say that we need to regulate and look at energy as a whole. We have many young people who have been studying qualifications in energy. It is time we convert that electricity control board into sort of Namibia Energy Regulatory Authority, so that we can use the expertise, we can use the skill set, so that we can regulate that sector. I'm looking forward to that conversation. I spent a lot of time studying when I was at the city of Windhoek, trying to understand, because government wanted to impose this central rate. And I went to the archives to study and understand, how did we come up with these rates to try and understand the electricity supply industry? You discover that it was actually a group of people who won the debate. Because look at the first CEOs of NORAD, the first board members of NORAD, the first CEOs of, what's the other one in the SAS? SENORAD, the first CEOs of those guys, that group won the debate, and they went to become good people there. So what actually happened, a young person or a councillor is elected. One of our councillors is now on the board of SENORAD. Because it's a very bad way of, they actually don't even have power, so to say. You get in there, then you are a board member. Now you are struggling with your qualification, you are grade 8, now you are a board member of SENORAD. You understand? So these rates, we need to revisit that conversation about the rates. What is it that you have an electrical engineer in Nampower, you have another electrical engineer in NORAD, then you have another electrical engineer in the city of Windhoek. So it's about time where we really have a conversation about what is basically happening when it comes to that. We now see that you are talking about that the ministry is looking at reviewing the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act as a whole. Why are we having this smaller amendment that is dividing us when you are going to do a good job reviewing the entire act? Why are we fighting each other with this little thing of the upstream? Why don't we go and fight when we are reviewing the entire act? This is actually maybe it's a good pathway for us to say, maybe this other one, let's remove it and let's wait for the comprehensive one. Instead of doing this little one while you are also busy with.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
House Committee, thank you very much once again for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, thank you for your motivation and the job that you are doing at the ministry. However, Honorable Minister, I am supporting this vote with a few inputs that I want to give, Honorable Minister. And I want to start off with what Honorable Ampanda said. Honorable Minister, I have a serious problem myself with the red companies. I'm a former employee of a red company, and I am also a resident of local areas where we require electricity usage. What is happening with the current setup is actually daylight robbery. When we buy electricity, we actually get 30% of the value of the money we are buying for in terms of units. 70 to 60% goes to overheads of red companies. Now, what also pains me, Honorable Minister, as a responsible government and the ruling party, we say we want universal electricity in every corner of this country. Honorable Minister, for a normal resident of Ocho or in Opuo to apply for electricity prepaid meter, and his house is 100 meters away from the grid, it would cost him anything in the 100,000s. You have to pay for a transformer. A transformer. Then you look at the quotation that the red company gives you. They list the 4x4 vehicle. They list the call out. They list the electrician. They list the assistant electrician. And I sit and wonder, what is this that we are promoting up to today and protecting about these red companies? Because initially when red companies started, red companies, you used to go as a customer and say, I want to put in a prepaid. They would normally charge you 1,100 for a prepaid meter. The cost of the cable, the transformer was their problem. Now it is now put onto a consumer. A grandmother that is getting 1,900, if she wants electricity in her shack, she must be able to pay 100,000. People in villages are not able to connect to the main grid because of these red problems. And Honorable Minister, these red companies are paying their executives very well. The board of directors are being paid very well. And the money we are paying them is actually equivalent to putting up transformers in villages and town areas. Yeah. We must revisit that thing. That thing is a milking cow. That is milking us dry. Then you have NamPower. NamPower is double dipping. NamPower is here as I almost said a bulk supplier. And then again, you find them in the distribution. Then you find even board of directors, their executives in NamPower, even board of directors in the distribution companies. Something here is not right. But when municipalities and regional councils were in charge of electricity installation, the cost of electricity was not a burden to an ordinary Namibian. And we must honestly, as patriotic Namibians, not that other patriotism,
Not patriots.
patriotic Namibians, we must revisit this thing of the red companies because it's costing us a lot. So for me, personally, that's my issue. Secondly, because I've run out of time, we have budgeted for rural electrification. NamPower has engineers, it has electricians, but they go and outsource rural electrification to private companies. And as if that's not a better insult. They then go and electrify a school, they electrify a clinic, and then they don't electrify the village household that is, or the people that are there. When you ask them, they tell you no. When you are flying from Angola to Namibia and you are from Ocho, the plane does not stop in Ocho and drop you and then proceed to Windhoek. I think we need to revisit these things.
Thank you, Honorable Shreya. Honorable Klassen.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of the whole House. And thank you also for the way you're managing the time here in this House.
Yeah, we are doing it together.
Thank you. Yes, but you're in charge. Thank you, Minister of Energy and all those things, for yesterday responding so fast when we heard that there's no petrol at the service stations. You immediately ordered the directive that they need to open the taps there. Many of them, the service stations, because if you come there, they only give you 30 liters of petrol. Say that's all you can get. It was like a ransom, what do you call this thing? Ration. And it was not good because we know what has happened. Also, I want to congratulate you also, the ministry and you, for what you are doing and your planning. Especially I want to talk on energy. We have some mayors here, former mayors, former governors, and we know that when we had developers coming in, they want to do big projects in your regions, in your towns, and so on. Then they give presentations and everything, and it looks so wonderful, and we can see that industrialization is going to take place. Only to learn after 3, 4, 5 months waiting on them, we cannot come back because your energy, you have a huge energy shortage, water shortage in your country, and these developments cannot take place. So it was wishful thinking. But now listen to you on your budget speech, and also see that in the next 2 years we can expect more than 400 megawatts that we will generate ourselves. I can recall back those times when we had these developers in. We, as a country, generate around about 400 megawatts of energy. I personally went to Mozambique, where we had a partnership with one company to import energy for us, electricity, through gas power stations that was generated there, that was commissioned there, and they gave us around about 200 megawatts. So that was our need. And here, what you are saying today, I'm very happy to stand here and congratulate that we have now around about 759 megawatts, and in the next 2 years it will be upgraded up to 900 megawatts. That is really commendable as a country for us. And we are all waiting just for the Baines power station that can generate 880 megawatts and so on. So industrialization is very important for our country, for job creation and all those things. I just want to move a bit faster. Also on page 18 of your motivation, you talked about the salmon farming. And this is a project around about 2.5 billion Namibian dollars. It can farm around 1,000 tons to 51,000 tons in the next 7 years or so. And if you look about in our own TAC, in our different species, which is only about 200 tons. And if you talk about 1,000 tons, you can see the difference. So fish farming is a way to go. In many countries like Greece and Cyprus and those countries, they are doing very well in fish farming. So we need to support them. Please, Minister, don't let this project die, because salmon farming, it's a future for our country. Also, lastly, and this will be in Luderitz in the south, you know, which really needs this, which can provide a lot of jobs. Honorable Mopanda, I hear you and Honorable Shea about the reds, but I believe that's a topic for another day. Just ask yourselves the question, why is the reds not part of the Energy Act? And from there, you will see, then you follow the line, why? And then you will see why, and how the reds was established, and everything. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Klassen. Honorable Masake.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. I rise to contribute to vote 15 and to express my full support for the Ministry of Industry, Mines and Energy, particularly in advancing the strategic program that are central to Namibia's economic transformation. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the work of the Ministry remains pivotal in driving industrialization, promoting value addition, and ensuring sustainable utilization of our natural resources. These efforts are not only important for economic growth, but they are equally critical to supporting productive sectors such as agriculture, fishery, water, and land reform. In this regard, allow me to highlight that we have recently launched the salmon farming initiative under the Namibia Industrial Development Agency. This milestone reflects the practical intervention between the industrial development and agriculture. It therefore demonstrates how targeted investment and innovation can unlock new value chain, enhance food production, create employment, and reduce our reliance on imports. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, this is precisely why the industrial development program must continue to prioritize value addition, whether in mineral, fisheries, or agriculture. We must move from exporting raw material to producing finished goods locally. Initiatives such as salmon farming are clear examples of how industrialization can directly benefit our people and strengthening our economy. On the mining program, I commend the Ministry for its continued stewardship for Namibia's mineral resources. However, I wish to emphasize that mining must go beyond extraction. It must contribute meaningful to local development, particularly in rural areas, through infrastructure, water provision, and sustainable land use practices. Environmental protection remains non-negotiable, especially as it directly affects agricultural land and water resources. Regarding the energy program, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, energy is the key enabler across all sectors, from irrigation system to cold storage in fisheries and agro-processing facilities. Reliably and affordable energy is essential. I therefore strongly support the expansion of renewable energy, including the solar and green hydrogen. This initiative must, however, translate into real access for rural communities and productive sectors. Furthermore, I encourage the Ministry to deepen partnership with both locally and international investors, while ensuring that Namibians are at the center of this development through skill transfer, job creation, and entrepreneurs development. However, vote 15 is not only about industrial
mines and energy. It is about enabling sector like agriculture and fishery into strengthening food security, and improving livelihood across our country. I therefore fully support this vote and call for strengthened coordination across ministries to ensure that these programs drive tangible and inclusive benefit for all Namibians. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Gandorodu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Minister. On page 161, construction of Kavango Cattle Ranch. The mic is not here. Mic?
Is it me?
It can't be.
I see.
Yeah, thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and the Honorable Minister. The construction of Kavango Cattle Ranch, I think something must be done here. The potential of that farm, the number of cattle, the size of that farm, it's supposed not to come back to the government and ask for money for any construction. You can produce winners, you can produce oxen, you can make a lot of money from that farm. If you can engage some of us, I'm telling you, we will make wonders from that farm. We will make wonder from that farm. It doesn't belong here. It can make its own money. The number of cattle that you have, but then you look at the number of bulls that you have there. It will not make you a profitable farming activity at all. So there is a need to revisit and to find experts. Engage the Ministry of Agriculture. Let them help you on how to make it profitable. It's a diamond. That one is a diamond. I'm a proponent of rates. Rates need to be there. If you look at Okakarara, classical example, I've been there. We have been without electricity for several times before 2009 when rates started. But after rates took over, we never had load shedding, we never had closure of electricity. Efficiency from rates, comparing to the management of the local authorities, the capacity, the staff establishment of the local authority, it was not there. The money for electricity could use for water bill, and it was haphazard. And most of the local authorities, settlements, since rates have been introduced, they never suffered for any load shedding or blackout or whatever. The only problem that is there is the quality of equipment. When there is rain, then power goes off. And then the water also. And EMA is also affected. MTC, it also goes off. When there is wind, it also goes off. Maybe you need to look at that issue in terms of capacitating rates. The money for rural electrification, give it to the rates so that they can do the distribution. And one thing that you need to look at, now in most of the localities, I've been saying that we electrify 50%, and then the other portion within the same localities is left in the darkness. So complete that localities and avoid only giving electricity to the school, government institutions, and leave the people that have brought us here in the darkness. We have Tsunkwe. What are we going to do with Tsunkwe? The electrical grid from Zambezi is passing there, very close. where we don't set up a station so that we can supply electricity to Tumkwe and Gam, we cannot only budget for hybrid system only for Tumkwe as a town, but the constituency at large. They need electricity also like any other areas. The one thing also about your staff member that prepared this document, I'm seeing a confusion. They are still using NDC, but here we are hearing NIDA. Now, which one is who in this book? So please, your staff members are sleeping on duty. Let them make sure that they are updated according to cabinet directives. They cannot use NDC that does not exist at all. So, in a nutshell, I support the vote.
Thank you. Honorable Obindi.
Hello. Yes. Very much, Deputy Chairperson, my honorable colleague. I thank you and I support you. Honorable Chitumbe Chamse, I support you wholeheartedly. Just maybe a couple of advice, because when you talk about the mineral corporation, the upstream, downstream, sometimes you lose yourself in these words as have been used interchangeably. But they actually, because you need each other, they actually, one speaks to the other. For example, as you are now talking about, for example, the upstream, you are involved in the negotiation or some kind of proposal from Total Energy on the Venus, even though it's still between the two sectors, one being the upstream in the office of the president, the other one being a component in your office. But as they are doing that, for Total Energy to make a final, an FID, you need to understand that it will speak in exactly your strategy. Because one, you are going to have to create a national gas company. That's a downstream. And you should already be starting to think about it. While they are doing the FID, you must also do your FID. Because otherwise they are going to flame out the gas, and Namibia will lose a big energy opportunity. The other issue is again the issues of your investors. Because if you are looking at your current investor with the moratorium, I think that was there, and I know it's still there, especially on the oil and gas. Investors will lose appetite in the long run if nothing has been done about it. So one needs to already start thinking about these things as you go along. Then you have your negotiations now of whether it's your petroleum, your mining licenses, which actually need to go on the grid so that you increase your investment. If you look at program, for example, number 2, you are spending 74 million in your geoscience program. But if you look at that, you're actually spending more than 90-something million in your geoscientific personnel cost, and not necessarily to capture and shoot more data. Because you need to bring more mining on the grid, like the one that you have in Taurus, the gold mine that's coming up. Congratulations. And maybe this is a discussion which must be held also with the Minister of Finance, because if you really want to increase the cake, the growth of our economy, you need to start shooting those data. But because your development budget there is so small, so thin, that you can hardly even shoot any data. So geoscience are actually doing absolutely nothing. And again, if you look at the upstream, they are doing crude, because the Venus now is waiting for a decision. As they are doing their crude, as they are doing their drilling, the upstream stuff, you need to start thinking about the crude evacuation program, because that's downstream for you. So these sectors are all talking to each other, my friend, and these are just advice that you must start already thinking about. Somebody mentioned Nampower. Nampower is not double dipping. Nampower is actually drilling. It's drilling us because they are the referee, they are the player, they are the linesmen. Because, as the Honorable has said, they are in generation, they are in distribution, which means they are price fixing, they are applying monopoly, they are negotiating power purchase agreement, and what happened to the ordinary man on the street? you are going to pay with your life on those electric bills. That's what it translates to. And in my view, in the long-term strategy needs to be taken, what is really Nampower going to focus on? Is Nampower going to be a generating enterprise, or is Nampower going to be a distributing enterprise? And if you look at all the conflicts of interest with people serving on various boards and so on, it's not good for corporate governance. But otherwise, Honorable Minister, I do support your vote. And again, when I talk about, for example, the issue of paying dividend in commodity, you have your loyalty, and you made 1.4 billion in last financial year, which is very, very good. But you have your loyalty, you have your carried interest, and then you actually have your what we used to call your actual interest in the license, in those licenses. And therefore, we need to get those, because we need to take a situation where we pile up commodity beyond that what Bank of Namibia is doing now. I'm not talking about buying, I'm talking about the share of our commodity, and I support.
Thank you. Honorable Bush.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. As I rise to support vote 15, allow me to locate my contribution within the context of SME readiness under Program 7, as articulated in the motivation statement of the Minister, and then briefly also to react on industrialization. Honorable Minister, under SME readiness, this evening I want to speak on the support that we offer to our SMEs. And I want to begin, Honorable Minister, by saying that we cannot continue to highlight capacity constraints without funding the solutions thereof. If we are serious about trade industrialization, we must move from observation to implementation. When we speak about creating a fit-for-purpose environment for our SMEs, Honorable Minister, I want to submit the following to the Ministry. It is time that we seriously look at funding SME accelerator programs to ensure that our SMEs have an opportunity to survive when they start off in establishing sustainable enterprises. When I speak of accelerating programs, Honorable Minister, yeah, I'm referring to ensuring SMEs have support to know how to set up pricing, to know how to access markets, and to understand their production planning in that phase that they are. Further than that, Honorable Minister, I also want to speak about how we can support SMEs through establishing regional industrial incubation centers. If we know that, for instance, in the north, we have SMEs that are particularly prone to drying food and processing food, why don't we establish a regional incubation center that help our SMEs to become bankable, to ensure that they are also able to scale up? And then furthermore, Honorable Minister, I also want to speak about the support that we can offer our SMEs through providing shared infrastructure for manufacturing and agro-processing SMEs. Honorable Minister, we cannot expect our SMEs to perform if they do not have these kind of supports. We also know that right now, Honorable Minister, our SMEs cannot even access local markets, and yet we are still speaking about them being able to export and participate on international markets. So let us help our SMEs to ensure that they are able to scale up, that our SMEs are able to meet standards, that they are able to become bankable and investor friendly. Honorable Minister, I want to move on to industrialization. When we speak of industrialization, Honorable Minister, we cannot talk of industrialization without including the issue of local participation in our natural resources. It is a fact currently that many of our Namibians who are local EPL holders lack capital for early stage exploration. Without capital to explore during the early stage, they cannot determine the commercial value of the resource that they are exploring. Honorable Minister, what this means is that it creates a structural imbalance where large players come in, they bring the capital and the expertise, while Namibians remain on the fringes and remain spectators of these natural resources that we own. There can be no meaningful beneficiation when such imbalances exist. I therefore want to recommend to your ministry, Honorable Minister, we need to establish early stage mineral exploration support mechanisms. We must support EPL holders with geological surveys, desktop research, reduce resource validation. Beneficiation, Honorable Minister, again I emphasize, like I did during the general debate on the budget, beneficiation must begin at the point of knowledge and not just at the point of extraction. With this, Honorable Minister, without this, we risk opening markets and extracting resources without building local participation and value creation. I want to submit finally, Honorable Minister, that the problem is no longer diagnosis, it is execution. Proper execution must be budgeted for and funded. With this, I support vote 15.
Thank you, Honorable Bush. Honorable Koti.
Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members, I rise to contribute on vote 15, a sector I'm deeply passionate about and one that, if properly transformed, can become the engine of true economic liberation of our people. My contribution focuses on three key issues: ownership, beneficiation, and the protection of workers against exploitation and retrenchment. I left the mining industry 10 years ago, but up to date, Namibia remains trapped in an extractive neo-colonial economic structure where multinational corporations own 100% of our mines, while as a country, we remain largely excluded from meaningful ownership and control. Yesterday, the government announced that they are discussing the acquisition of 10% stake in the Rosing uranium mine. Only 10%. This is not transformation. It is tokenism. It reflects a state that is negotiating from a position of weakness instead of asserting the sovereign right of its people over their resources. We must be bold enough to say Namibia must move towards majority national ownership, whether through state participation, sovereign wealth structures, or community-based ownership models. Secondly, honorable members, beneficiation is a question of economic sovereignty. By exporting raw material to industrial powers such as China, we are effectively subsidizing their development while undermining our own. This results in lost jobs, lost skills, and lost opportunities. Simply put, we are exporting wealth and importing unemployment. A radical enforcement beneficiation policy is therefore essential. We must compel companies to process and add value within local industries. Invest and transfer meaningful skills. Without this, we remain locked in colonial economic pattern. Honorable members, on retrenchment and the treatment of workers, what we are witnessing in the diamond polish sector is the harsh reality of profit being prioritized over people. The Namibian Diamond Trading Company, NDTC, as a regulator, appear increasingly detached from the socio-economic realities facing local industry. Companies are still recovering from COVID-19 and are now facing global disruptions, such as the rise of lab-grown diamonds. Yet, instead support of flexibility, regulatory decisions are worsening their position. The case of Almond Namibia is a stark example where 90 workers employed with nearly 70% now facing retrenchment following the withdrawal of the site holder status. This is not just an economic issue, it is a social crisis. These are livelihoods being destroyed. Lastly, we must therefore ask, whose interest is the regulator serving? A developmental state cannot have regulators that act as agents of capital. The role of NDTC must be redefined to protect jobs, support local industry, and ensure that the sector serves national development, not just profit margins. Yes. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Koti. Honorable Haikola, I'm just bringing our attention to the fact that the 1 hour is over, but I have still a lot of people I will go through them. Agola. Honorable
Okay.
Agola.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy. Honorable Minister, I'm very happy to see NEI, Namibia Energy Institute, being budgeted for. I was actually very privileged to be one of the interns, and they do a lot of good work there when it comes to energy industry, and they have done a lot of research, so I'm very happy, such as also Namibia Standard Institutions and NAC, NACC. However, Honorable Minister, why are we budgeting for sitting allowance for liquor board members 600,000? I went to Google, what is a liquor? Okay, liquor is alcohol, and liquor is an alcoholic beverage that contain a high concentration of alcohol and is typically distilled rather than just fermented. 600,000 liquor sitting allowance for board members. Why? Okay, it's here, Honorable Minister. Liquor. So are you saying? Okay, it is here. Yes, that's one. Number two.
That's already.
Honorable Minister, I have a problem with
Emma.
okay.
Yeah, can we
I'm
just
very
listen to
serious.
her, please?
Okay, I have a problem with NIDA. You see, you have told us that there are 3 projects that are under NIDA as we speak: the pipe manufacturing, salmon farming, marble processing plant. But what do you think these projects will surface and will be successful if NIDA, currently as we speak, around 30 industrial parks and business centers remain dormant and underutilized? Such as
Crocodile farm.
exactly crocodile farming, and recently it was fenced with an amount of 1.3 million, but the building is collapsing. It's not even being utilized at all. What do you think? What made you think, or the ministry think, that the others will succeed and take off if many didn't? The problem that I have is just that, you see, NIDA, ever since its inception or merger, because from ODC and NDC, nothing really took place, nothing really took, or to say, nothing tangible came out of it. Could it be that it's probably because of the EXCO committee, that I know that some of the members are over the age of 60 years old? I think this year it will be 62 or 61. Why don't we change that committee? Yes, probably that's where the liquor, is coming from. But the point, I don't want to lose my point. The point is, why don't you change the management or the committee there? Because I know SME parks, such as the one in Gochas, okay, in the South Kalkarand, yes, Kapfeld, Hibian, Mulunga, NIDA could not even just pay water, cannot even pay water for Mulunga SME there, Ondangwa, and many more. Now, the $1 million question is, how does this committee now intend to create space for young leaders and ensure intergenerational leadership transition within the organization? Maybe that could be the reason, because until today, if Minister could answer this question, that what has the current executive management done to strategically position NIDA into a commercially viable state-owned enterprise? Okay? So my third point is no red, the red. Yes, I heard you, my senior honorable.
The Honorable Haikola. No, it was there. It was. Now, please, there is someone to guide the honorable minister, honorable member. Not all of us, but one person. We allocated 5 minutes to you, and we are actually, in football, they call it bearing state, injury time. The hour that we have allocated ourselves is gone, but I don't want to get the chagrin of my relative brother. I will get him an opportunity to take the floor. But what all of you will get, you are going back on what we have agreed. So I leave it in your own conscience. I will give all of you a chance. If you are not members of your word, then I have no quarrel with that. Yeah, please. Honorable, you have the floor.
My relative
brother, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable.
It's not nepotism.
Of all House Committee, members of the Parliament, thank you so much for the platform. I rise on the vote 1-5, Minister of Mines, Minister of Industry, Mine and Energy. My contribution on this vote, I just want to recommend that the programs which was launched by the former minister, Honorable Alwendo Nkatima Muliro, three years back, where billions of dollars were donated for the program of rural electrification. So that program is so very, very slow, because I don't know the reason. Maybe there is a lack of manpower, or what's, because money is there, that budget is already budgeted. So I wonder why it's so very slow. I wonder. So I want to recommend that it should be very fast as from now on, as from today. So I appeal to my relative brother, Honorable Minister, to make sure that the Namibian people who have been in darkness for the past decades, before and after independence, they should be free themselves from darkness. So if we have that budget in place, so there's no excuse for that. Secondly, I just want also to appeal to my relative brother, Honorable Minister. This House, if the half of the members of this House, they say, remove that one, which is in vote 1, bring it back to in your ministry. That's the reality. If you force it to be there, and then you are going to have some consequences. Yeah. Which means that for this House, many members of this respected August House, they have recommended that you are in charge of the ministry. The sitting president cannot control your ministry because he's a sitting president of the country. So what belongs to you, you have to be accountable for it. You have to, to serve. Lastly, I just want also to say that On behalf of the National Democratic Party, NDP, with the powers vested on me, I support the vote 1-5. I support the 1-5, 100%.
Thank you, Honorable Lucato. We have a long list of members of parliament who want to take the floor. I can cite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 members still want to take the floor. But as we can see, our time is long expired of 1 hour. No, but that was not the agreement. But I know those who have not spoken yet. Honorable Kag, Honorable Komwa. Yeah, please. He has been quiet the whole evening. Now you spoke. Sorry. Honorable Hisono, that's the $1 million question. I thought we are honorable members, and we are, in fact. But once we agree on a time, then we must keep it. And it's probably, it's probably 15 minutes after 1 hour that we have so agreed. But who am I? I'm only facilitating that you debate. But if you insist on taking the floor, I cannot enforce what I think is the way that I must go. Huh? Honorable Hengari.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, as a senior member, I think it's also one of my responsibilities is to ensure that we afford you some level of flexibility and protection. Before I switch off my light, I just thought as we move forward, seeing that there are members who are coming back for a second round, if we could prioritize those members who have not spoken, I think that will help with time management. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I take heed of your advice. What are you saying? Honorable Hisono moved that we must be able to keep to the time that we have so agreed. So now listen, hello, honorable members. Are we saying that notwithstanding the hour that has elapsed, that we agreed, and we have taken up probably 20 minutes of the next vote, you still insist against what we have agreed, that we continue? So we are going back on our prior agreement of 1 hour. Why do we agree then? I give the floor to Honorable Kumwa. Please, he has not spoken the whole time.
That's why.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, for the floor. Yeah, I will contribute to vote 15. Before I start, I want to tell you that I fully support the vote, but then to take the following into consideration, as I believe in improvement always. When you do wrong, just have the eagerness to improve always. That will be the good move. Yeah, NORAD itself is now 24 years old. and is owned by regional councils and the local authorities of Namibia. But the problem is, there is a disparity of getting this member that belong to NORAD, what we say charges. And local authorities, regional councils, you get them in town, and some of them in village councils and settlements, where you get the majority who are poor, and especially the old age people, those are receiving pension, who cannot afford to buy electricity. I can give a comparison. I stay in the Vundu, close to Muhembo, Botswana, Okavango province in Botswana. When they buy electricity of 10 pula, they get 7 units. In Namibia, NORAD, you buy electricity of 10 Namibian dollar, you get 3 units. So we supply electricity to Okavango province in Botswana. So I concur with Honorable, my junior Professor Job Mpanda, that the discussions must be engaged in a very intensive way, because NORAD and its board, I understand the ministry might not have that power to control NORAD and other red forces. But then, NORAD also add to the extreme poverty of the people in the rural areas. So it is a problem. This is one of our life enmities, that is water and NORAD, but all this, the poor rural people, the elderly people, does not have any room. And this can lead to illegal connections in the country. The people who are poor, who cannot afford, engage in illegal connection, for which NORAD cannot even detect if there is an illegal connection. So it's a problem. That is my take from this vote. Honorable Minister, I think when we engage, and I think NORAD will expire maybe next year. The contract is almost for 25 years. When we engage in these discussions, we must prioritize the poor people so that they also afford to buy electricity from NORAD. Thank you very much, and I support the vote.
Thank you, Honorable Kumba. Honorable members, we are reverting the floor to the Minister to respond. Please, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much,
Osikuku constituency.
Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee. And thank you very much, honorable members, for your contributions and support. I will try to summarize what I have gathered here for the purpose of time, starting with electricity, because most of the honorable members have spoken about electricity generation and distribution. Just to say, Honorable Shimi, or all honorables who have contributed talking about electricity generation and distribution and management, maybe I must just round it up together without necessarily going one by one because of so many honorables who have contributed. So with regard to electricity, yes, we have to do a lot, but I must give you confidence that the NIRP that we are having is a program that is helping us to plan, and we use it as a tool to guide us how to generate electricity, which model to use to generate, and answering also the question of reliability, knowing that solar energy is readily available, but it also have its own weaknesses, especially during the rainy seasons. So that's the reason why we have a combination, we call it a mixed power generation model, where we take solar energy generation, we have small modular reactors that we are also now considering, and I want to tell you that we are also now thinking about the gravity power, which is a new model, completely new model, so that it can answer the question of the unreliability of solar power supply. But when it comes to the availability and sustainability of power in Namibia, I want to believe that the security is proper, because at the moment, at peak times, we only use 650 megawatts. And we are already having about 540, 550 sometimes, depending on the rainfall also, which sometimes help the Ruacana hydropower to generate more power. That's now in terms of our own generation capacity. And then talking about 2030, by 2030 we'll probably only need about 750 megawatts at peak times. But our focus now and plan is to generate over 1 gigabytes, 1.2 gigabytes, meaning that we will still be able even to evacuate some of the power generated in Namibia to fit the, yes, when it's 1,000 point something, it's a gigabyte. So we are able then to evacuate energy. Yeah, it is. So when you are talking about maybe the megawatts, but I'm talking about something else. So when we reach there, we'll eventually be able to evacuate the power we are generating even to fit the SADC power pool. And in addition, we have recently negotiated, and we are close to the conclusion of that arrangement to construct a power line from Kaluhek to Ruacana, and we will inject money in terms of infrastructural development inside Angola for the purpose of creating a co-ownership, and that will be known as an ANA project. And with that one, it will be able to supply, to generate energy of 400 megawatts. So if we add to what we are already having, I can confidently say by 2028, we will have enough energy to support the needs of Namibia in terms of energy supply or generation. Now, I want now to move to the downstream and upstream. I think it's from Honorable Toby. Thank you very much for your support and contribution. And I want to give you confidence that as a ministry, we have the government, I have appointed the government negotiation team, of course supported by the cabinet and the entire government, to negotiate specifically on the benefits that we can derive from the oil production. Because we have now some of the companies such as Total Energy, they've already completed some of the exercises such as the exploration, and we are now at the level of development where they are likely to start with the FID depending on some measures and issues that they have to work around to arrive at the FID level. And that would then include, Honorable Toby, the crude oil evacuation, because that also is a process that has to be considered during the FID consideration. And that would include also the The gas. Oh. Yeah, the production and evacuation of gas. But when it comes to the specific block, which is Venus, of course the evacuation of gas is not possible at the moment because the permeability of the rock is of such nature that they would need the gas actually to pump. They will inject it back to press out the oil, to press it through the through the veins, so that they can extract the oil. But of course, we are ready and we are prepared. Yes, in Karas. Okay, that is the Orange Basin indeed. Yeah, I think this one is attended to, and I look at the local participation. It also came out prominently. I agree that we have to increase local participation, either in the mining sector, either in the energy generation sector, or perhaps in the small and medium scale miners process. We need definitely local participation, but we are working towards that one. We have programs now in place. I can say proudly that starting this year, we have already started introducing a program that capacitate our local miners, especially the small scale miners, by providing them with equipment. But we are also now going to provide geological survey, the geophysics, so that we assist them as a ministry, because we have that capacity, so that our small miners are able actually to get the correct value of the EPLs that we issue them with. Because without doing so, they will only have a paper without knowing what is the value of the paper they are holding. So we have discovered that, and starting this year, we have already started implementing. I have engaged them, some of them. I invited them to the ministry through their associations, so that I can inform them that is how we will go forth from here. So that is actually being addressed, but I will still continue to need your support in this sector so that we can successfully implement this program. We have also started engaging the mines, because it's true, our people sometimes are suffering labor malpractices and all these kind of things. We can't deny, but it's definitely our duty to address that. I agree with you, honorable members, and that is the reason that I have conducted, probably some of you have seen me on the social media, perhaps engaging the mines, introducing the aspect of local participation in leadership, because we are now saying a mine owned by foreign investors must accommodate the local expertise in the management. We don't allow the leadership to be comprising of only foreign expatriates. It's actually a requirement now as we issue the licenses, because there are agreements that we sign, and the licenses also go with conditions. We have made it as a condition in those licenses, and we believe going forward, because the cooperation from the industry is well so far, but we have to increase it, we have to maintain it, and also we have to strengthen our policies in that direction, so that they can speak to what we want to achieve. We now want to address the uranium 10%. I want to believe that perhaps we are talking about the 10% that was previously owned by South Africa. Yeah, which we are negotiating to own, which is good. Yes, because it's not a new page. It's something that exists and is precisely 10%. And that's why we are negotiating to have it. I think it's a good thing to do. So then the diamond, of course. But then let's go to the diamond. It is true we are facing a difficult time when it comes to the marketing of the diamond worldwide. And this is because of the presence of the synthetic diamonds. I was actually going to attend to your question, my brother, Honorable Swartboy. Yeah, but the diamonds, the market of the diamond has contracted. But we are trying as a country and as a member of the diamond producing group, we have started negotiating to see how we can address this problem. We recently signed an accord called Rwanda Accord in South Africa that is between Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa. Namibia, Botswana, and Angola, so that we can develop a strategy together to combine, thoughts here and there, so that we can see how we can survive under the circumstance. But we believe it will probably recover, and we will probably get it right again, including putting measures to prevent the synthetic diamonds to enter our territories, but also to defend the marketing and sales of the natural diamonds in the global market. And we are getting support so far, good support indeed. The NDTC, we have also appointed through the ministry a government negotiation team, precisely to address some of the anomalies that we are speaking about here. Number one is actually to look at the conditions in the agreement with the site holders, because it is preventing site holders to operate effectively. Number one, it is limiting them to participate in the acquisition or the buying of the diamonds, because we all know that the economy here and there is not so perfect, especially with the selling of diamonds, marketing of diamonds. Now the requirement of 15 million per year per site holder sometimes cannot be easily achieved. Now, if a site holder manage only to buy for, say, 14 million something, then you see, that status is removed or is withdrawn. And that is what we are busy negotiating about, what my honorable member Jonas was talking about. We have started that process and we are progressing well, including the almond, which was mentioned here. We were there, I think it's even last week, we had a meeting, and we believe we are likely to save the employment of the people who are impacted by what is going on there. We are trying our best. Yes. Yes. Honorable Lucato, thank you very much, my senior. We will look into that. We will investigate, and we will engage over a cup of tea to tell you the progress on that one. As well as Honorable Kumbwa, the NORET, yes, NORET. I can only agree that there is always an opportunity to look into that. Yes, there is always an opportunity to improve. If there are complaints and there are also observations about the operations of NORET, including the aspect of affordability, there is nothing that prevents us from looking into it. We can only look into it. I think that is the best thing to do.
Thank you. Oh,
yeah, well, honorable members, really, all of you have contributed so well. I have tried to answer. The time is up. But if I have to answer to every person, I also have all the answers. Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Now I put vote. Is it 50? 15? Yes. Yeah, vote 50. Whether he responded. No. You are honorable member. Please accord me the courtesy to do my work. Huh? You put me here. Any objection? So agreed. You heard me now. I now put to vote 16, justice. Any discussion? Eh? None. Oh yeah, now I see some lights here. Huh? The same applies to all the members who are interjecting. The remarks I made for Honorable Mouton allow me to do what I'm supposed to be doing. I see so many lights, but the lights here, Palotti, Honorable Palotti.
It was for the previous one.
It's for the previous vote. Ampanta Job, Honorable.
Yeah. So
I'm trying to see the name of Honorable Mouton because it's
Justice.
No. He's on the next vote. Honorable Mouton. Okay.
So, Chairperson, the question of justice is not just about the institution, but also the principle of justice. And one of that principle of justice is that we must treat equal cases equally and unequal cases in proportion to their inequality. So, Chairperson, I just want us to take an institution and to ask for every example, and we can consider whether it's fair and just. For instance, Chairperson, in the 1950s, Namdeb built a bridge into South Africa to take the diamonds over the Orange River. 19?
CDM.
Well, yes, CDM. So CDM did that in the 50s. But they never built any similar infrastructure into the country. The road that reached Oraniemund in 2017 was built by government. Is it fair? Is it just? Compared to what a town called Arandis, for instance, what has happened? The institutions that are there. What institution do we find in Oraniemund? From the 1920s, in fact from 1908, how CDM has been operating. Almost a state within a state. What do we have to show? What does Namdeb have to show? What does CDM have to show for the country? I'm not talking about paying the rate and taxes. What is this thing called? As we speak today, the town council rents to Namdeb. So you are a town council, you are in charge of the town, you are a mayor, and you can be evicted by one of your residents in your own town that you own. Is it fair? Is it just? Why is it that Namdeb, we are unable to actually rein in Namdeb so that we can get a fair and just deal as a people? Fair and just. So we need to be able to also argue and advance the argument of justice and fairness. Justice and fairness to ensure that institutions such as Namdeb are actually also able to help and answer the question of fairness and justice. We must also be able, for instance, to be able to say that we need to ensure that Namdeb build a VTC in Oraniemund. Fair and justice. So the question of fairness and justice is not just about the numbers. The question of fairness and justice, while we have a Ministry of Justice, is to ensure that this institution, Chairperson, what is happening with ministers?
Protect him.
Please protect me from Minister Inge.
May we respect
the former MD of Namdeb. So
Honorable
the question of fairness
Honorable
and
member
justice,
on the floor,
it is very
please.
important that when the diamonds are long gone, what are we going to be left with? What are we going to have to show that at least we have NIMT in Arandes and we have many other institutions there? And it's just amazing how NAMDEB or CDM has been allowed to do whatever it is that has been allowed. So we really need to carefully check, because one day these diamonds are going to go and we will be left with a ghost town. Yeah, we have Coleman Scope and we are proud to say, oh, tourists are coming. How can you be proud of a ghost town? A ghost, who is proud of ghost? And then we go and promote tourism and say, because we have a ghost town. Yeah? So the diamonds are not forever, as Namdebas is lying to us. So it's very important, and I hope, Prime Minister, you will also ask the minister responsible for mines and energy to help you to answer this question of justice in relation to the diamonds and how Namdeb is not assisting us to respond to the question of justice. Justice is not just about the allocation. It's a principal question that also they have to deal with our society. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Lizazi. Can we come down, please? We shouldn't allow ourselves to be provoked.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Vote 16 is very, very important, as the professor just alluded on. But then I just wanted to find out that the motivation, Honorable Right Prime Minister says, the ministry or the Board of Justice is allocated 494 million. Yes, I know. Yeah, so now, but then what I have seen is it is actually allocated 460,750,000. Okay, so this is what we are complaining, that the people who are writing, please, they should not just be doing copy and paste and bring things. Okay. And then my point is, why did it decrease by, I see a decrease of 32,341,000. Why did they decrease this amount? What guided them to decrease the amount? So I want to know, because you can see that many people are applying for legal aid, protection unit, the people who are supposed to be protected, the witnesses. All this money could have helped the Namibian people in this matter. Now I see $0 was budgeted for vehicles last year, and in the current financial year again there's a $0 there. But then in the motivation here we are told community courts will receive vehicles. And last year 11 vehicles were bought. From which vote did the ministry or the vote, from which vote did this money come from to buy 11 vehicles for the community courts? Because it indicates $0 there. And the current financial year is still a $0. So I want to understand somewhere there, maybe you can guide me. And it seems in this country, the feasibility study is a lucrative business. Maybe I'm considering in the future to also maybe study towards doing feasibility studies. Because especially in government, last year, there was a budget of 6 million for the feasibility study. This year, 5.5 million is budgeted, but the project that is running for this vote is one, and it started in September 2024, not last year, but in 2024, but they are still running a feasibility. Maybe someone should define for me what is feasibility, because
if people are already constructing and concurrently running a feasibility study on a building that is already being renovated, and so I really don't understand why did they budget for this. Maybe you should explain to us so that we can be on par with the PhDs. All right. I think this is. I'll come again with the second one if I able to come for the second round. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Amukoto.
I will not.
Will be followed by Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to contribute to vote 16 on page 255 and 259 on travel allowance of the Honorable Minister and that of the Royal Reform Commission. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, the traveling allowance of the Honorable Minister have been increased from 1 million to 2 million in this financial year, while the traveling allowance for the Royal Reform Commission as an entity is only 2 million.
Imagine.
Act 29 of 1991, which the Royal Reform and Development Commission was established, has mandated the Commission to research, reviewing and recommending the reforms to all branches of Namibian law. In this predicament, how do you expect the Royal Reform to perform at their maximum if they are underfunded in terms of traveling allowance? The process of formulating law have multi-stage procedure that require reasonable funding and enough resources. Therefore, my propose to have a relook at the traveling allowance of the
Minister.
Royal Reform Commission, because most of their work are not in the office, like comparing to that of the Minister, but in the field. So I wonder now why from 1 million in one person, from 1 million to 2 million for the Honorable Minister. Maybe the Honorable Minister can also maybe come in to explain this. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Armas.
Very good.
Amugoto. Honorable Susiku, sorry sir. Susiku.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of the Whole House Committee and honorable members of Parliament. I rise to give my contribution on vote 16, the most important vote in our nation, because it tries to equalize all of us. Honorable Minister, I am, however, concerned with our justice systems in this country. There are some of the provisions which shows discriminatory here and there. The provision which I'm referring to is the provision regarding state witnesses or witnesses of the state. That provision excludes some of the witnesses that resides in the perimeter of 15 kilometers from the court from receiving some sort of traveling expenses or maybe other provisions. Those who are entitled for those provisions are only those state witnesses or witnesses who reside beyond 15 kilometers. Honorable Minister, such provision does not balance or does not give any balance in the witnesses, because all witnesses are subjected to some risks or maybe threats. Though they spend all of them, they've got an expenditure. They spend something to travel to court, to attend the court, and we know how our courts operates in this country. Sometimes they spend there 2 days or a day, the whole day. Then they will have to walk from there to their residentials. Therefore, I would like to request the Honorable Minister to reconsider and further to consider all the implications and to address it accordingly to prevent future failures. Witnesses should be treated as such, regardless of the distance they travel from their residential areas to court. So that, because if the minister is unable to do that, the state is at a risk to lose witnesses in future. Therefore, I would like, though the minister was here, but he left. So I wanted to ask him, I would like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister of this nation to give an idea on this issue, whether it was considered in this year's budget or whether there are some other mechanism to reconsider it in future, so that we should avoid some risk of the witnesses, or to try to avoid the discrimination between the witnesses. They are our state witnesses. I so thank you, Honorable Chair of the Board.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Kantorodu.
Yeah, thank you so much. Vote number 16. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Acting Minister of Justice. Justice delayed is justice denied. We can't run away from that. But I like the establishment of Namibian system. We don't move forward. We don't change things. We are very conservative. All our operations is urban-based. In most of the constituencies, there are no courts at all. Poor people have to travel from rural area to urban to attend court cases that are mostly postponed. You just come in the dock, your case is postponed until September 2027. You go back. 2027 you come, postponed to 2028. You just come back for postponement. You have constituency like Epokiro. You have area like ASEP Block, GAM. These people have to travel from there to Oshinene to attend a postponement of cases. So decentralization of justice system is very crucial because Namibia is very vast with high rate of unemployment and poverty. We cannot subject our peoples to travel where they are not going even to get justice. And then you have a system of bail awarding to people that are suspects. But now you have these perpetrators. First case, he was arrested, bail, 4 cattle. Second case, 5 cattle, bail again. Third, 10 cattle, bail again. Fourth, 15 cattle, bail again. So it's very tricky. We don't understand why can't some of these people being denied bail until all these cases are cleared? Because the police, they cannot just hate you for nothing. They only arrest you out of everyone in the village. How come? Why is it you? So the bail applications, in fact, we recognize the constitutional right, but also the owner of the properties that have been taken away must also be considered as part of human rights violation, because these persons have been, cattle have been taken away, goats have been taken away, donkeys have been taken away. These are means of survival. So our justice system must be very flexible and look critically at the situation. Honorable Amupanda, maybe on the legal department, lecturers that are doing laws at the universities, maybe bring some new dimension of legal provisions to look at this. This rigidity of Roman legal system that cannot be overlooked to into the contemporary issues, it doesn't serve us. Laws must respond to the needs of the people on the ground. So our justice system must represent the victim, not the perpetrators. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Kumwa.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Oversight Committee. On vote 16, that is justice. I echo into my junior Professor Mpanda that it is about principles. By doing the right thing, fairness,
your relative
and
junior.
also promotion of equity and equivalence to certain things, amongst others. I will draw your attention, honorable members, to our State Finance Act, Section 11, on losses of recovery and also damages to the state, in conjunction with the Treasury that outline the degree of repayment or repair under certain categories. So, my concern here is that whenever money gets lost in the country, and is millions, the culprits are taken to task. After then, this culprit is given bail of 10,000 against 1 million. To me, the law is promoting poverty and injustice. Because this money, that is millions, is never recovered. But the person is out with 10,000 bail. So it's problematic. I want to implore the Minister of Justice, what we can do is that since Treasury principles is about the risk management and identifications of mitigation of financial risks, it's very important that we align the bail to the specific amount that is lost, because we cannot recover this money. If we look back to 1995, since corruption was born, up to date, all those billions It's never recovered, but people are getting out with 10,000 bail. It's a loss for the country. And we talk about poverty. This is the law. Yeah. I did not want to dwell into the vote itself, specifically on the figures or whatever, but my concern is on the developmental suggest of ministerial and law reform in this ministry. Always, the budget is ours, the vote belongs to us, because I'm not sure of the implications afterwards. If I reject the vote, what will happen? Will the people get salaries? Will the country go ahead? For that matter, I need to support it, but then we consider always improvement at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Ita.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members. I rise to contribute to vote 16, which is the Ministry of Justice and the Labor Relations, the financial year 2026-2027. Let me begin by commending the Honorable Minister of Justice for the allocation made to the Departments of Legal Aid, which remain one of the most important instruments through which we give a real meaning to access to justice for all our people. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I also wish to acknowledge the progress made, including the 57% approval rate of cases, the introduction of the case management systems, and the custom self-help portal. This is indeed commendable. However, Honorable Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, there is a growing category of Namibians who are being left behind. These are the citizens who earn just above the 7,000 threshold. 7,000 threshold. They are not rich and they are not privileged. They are an ordinary working people. These are including the security guards, the junior civil servants, and many others who are trying to make the end meet. Yet when they need legal assistance, they are told, you earn too much to qualify for legal aid. But at the same time, they are told, you earn too little to afford a lawyer. Honorable Chairperson, the cost of just opening a file with a private legal practitioner can be as much higher as 7,000. And also it depends on the complex and the nature of the case. It might go up to 50,000, which is making legal services completely out of reach for many. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Prime Minister, this is not just a policy gap, it is a justice gap. And that gap directly undermines the guaranteed set out in the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia, the right to equality before the law, and the right to a fair trial for all Namibians. Because in reality, what we are saying to these citizens is this: justice is not available, but, justice is available, but not for you. It must not be that justice is available for poor to qualify, the rich can afford, and the majority in the middle that I'm referring to, that are earning 7,000, they are burdened. I therefore propose that this category of citizens be considered for partial legal assistance, for example, up to 75% coverage of legal fees to enable them to access justice. Furthermore, I urge Honorable Minister of Justice to urgently review the increase of the income threshold to reflect the current cost of living and accelerate the complementary reforms, including the establishment of the small court claims that is long overdue. It's been proposed for almost 10 years back, but this small claim court is yet to be implemented. This is to ensure that minor disputes are resolved quickly and affordable. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Right Prime Minister, if we fail to close this gap, then we are not mere underfunding a directorate. We are undermining the very foundation of the rule of law. I therefore urge Honorable Right Prime Minister, Honorable Minister, to consider this reform and ensure that our legal aid system truly reflects the constitutional promise we have made to our people. With conclusion, I support the vote and thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Kantema. Emma.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members. I take the floor in support of vote 16 for the Ministry of Justice and Labor Relations as eloquently tabled by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. This vote is very important as to recognize the protection of children in conflict with the law, which is a shared constitutional mandate that transcends individual ministries and boundaries. And I'm happy to see that in the statement of the minister, he indicated that they are resolute to continue working with stakeholders to build a justice system that is efficient, accessible, and responsive to the needs of every Namibian. As a Ministry of Gender Equality and Child Welfare, we collaborate with the Ministry of Justice in regard, especially when it comes to issues of children. Currently, our social worker serves as a critical link in terms of the justice chain. We conduct the pre-trial assessment to determine diversion eligibility, and also we manage specialized care required, especially when it comes to children and the vulnerable members to act as witnesses. Furthermore, our ministry plays a decisive role in addressing child labor, which often contribute to factors for children to be in conflict with the law. We therefore hope that in this financial year, and we also urge that this vote will continue to invest in child-friendly courts, which include court preparation for children, application of measures for vulnerable witnesses during court proceedings. These measures are critical to deter victims from experiencing the further trauma during court proceedings. I'm mentioning this looking at some of the issues that the children go through, especially when it comes to issues of rape cases. It then becomes very important in the manner that how we handle them to testify. Therefore, we are really urging, and I also want to find out from the minister what programs we have to enhance when it comes to children testifying in children's court. The collaboration between our ministry is essential. While the Ministry of Justice provides the legal framework, our ministry provides a specialized human capital and restorative programs that are necessary to ensure that justice for a child leads to rehabilitation and protection from exploitation, rather than just purely punitive outcomes. As I conclude my brief support to this vote, which is very important, as I indicated, it plays also a role in us facilitating child support and maintenance. Our ministry maintains an important partnership with the maintenance courts, where our social workers provide the necessary background investigations and mediation services at times when it's required to ensure that the child maintenance orders are fair, realistic, and ultimately serve the best interests of the child's survival and development. Therefore, investing in the justice sector is a direct investment in the integrated social infrastructure that allows us to support most of our vulnerable citizens. With these brief remarks, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I fully support vote 16. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Lucato, my relative brother, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, my relative brother, Deputy Chairperson of Whole House Committee, members of the Parliament, thank you very much for the platform. I raise vote 16. Yeah, 16. Yeah, I just want to say that the Ministry of Justice, it harbors and they host the following institutions, those including Judicial, Law Reform Commission, the Office of Prosecutor General, and the legal aid, just to mention a few. So it's a very good ministry, it's one of the good ministry, and a very important ministry for the Namibian nation. And some of those institutions which under the Ministry of Justice, they were supposed to be fully independent institutions, government institutions, but unfortunately are not. But I'm very happy that the 8th Parliament and the 8th, let me say, other state, let me say, the cabinet, we are going to make sure that we repeal and amend, those affected institutions to make sure that they become fully independent. Let me come to my recommendation. On this motivation, page 9. Page 9, where number 10, on the capital projects, programs, operations, and support services. Namibia, today, we have only 2 high courts. 2 high courts, or 2 high courts, one based in Windhoek, capital city of Namibia, one based in Oshakati, in Oshana region. So the kilometers from here to Ketmanzop, from here to Zambezi in Katima Muliro, from here again, but let me take those 2 distance. We need to establish and promote the high courts on those 2 regions. In order to save Namibian people, we cannot depend the high courts just in capital city in Windhoek or in Oshana, in Oshakati. So if we are serious, let us make sure that high court should be established in Katima and Ketmanzop. Let me come to another recommendation. I recommend that when it comes to the recruiting of judges and magistrates, an independent institution should be established to interview and recruit those magistrates and the judges for fairness. Because you cannot yourself, you see, if you are a judge, you see my relative is a grandson, if you are the judge. At the same time, you have to recruit the judge or magistrate. It's not fair. An independent institution should do that in order to make sure that those who should be appointed as judges, or magistrates, or presiding officer, they are definitely being appointed accordingly. On behalf of the National Assembly
Thank you, Honorable Haikola.
Honorable Prime Minister is being disturbed. Yeah, Honorable Prime Minister, I know and I have seen that you were the chief mourner at our late Justice Shiweda's funeral. And in your speech, you were very clear, and you have mentioned that nobody should play with the rule of law, if I quote it very well. Now, after that incident that happened to the late Justine, may her soul rest in peace, what are really the tangible actions that followed to protect our prosecutors? Because I understand that the ED have mentioned that there was a task force that was actually established 3 months ago to assess security needs, both at court premises and in the residence of Judicial. And I quote, he said, if a judge feels they are threatened, the police escort and everybody are available for them. They must provide us with the threat assessment. I end the quote. Now the question is, for how long does these police officers will be able to follow or to help the colleagues that are threatened? Is it just like, if I come there and say, no, I'm threatened, this is my case, how long does the police is going to protect? Is it just a month, a week, or what exactly, what actions are they exactly? Written, not just, we don't want things reported by newspapers, but what are tangible actions that happened so that we cannot have another late Justine Shiweda's case? Thank you so much, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Swartboy.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I would like to congratulate our colleagues in the justice sector for some of the good work that is being done. The work at the legal aid department is quite outstanding. I want to commend them. Some of the prosecutors are also doing a very good job. Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, one of the challenges around Program 1 in justice accessibility is the question of costs that are prohibitive in nature and content. I think the Minister of Justice and others must really look at law reform in a much more broader way that allows people to have access to judicial services without cost prohibition as it is now. And secondly, it's also the quality of access. The quality of police officers is a challenge, and I think perhaps it's time that we look at some joint training of investigation officials and the prosecution themselves in the interpretation and application of the laws, as well as judicial officers. Because one of the difficulties is that a magistrate in Karibib takes a different decision on a similar set of facts than from a magistrate in Hobabas, because the interpretation of the same law sometimes differs. And that has been the challenge in the lower courts, the inconsistency of the application of judicial practices and so on. I think what is also important is the Ombudsman's bill to reform the Ombudsman's office and to strengthen that office has not yet been brought here. And I know he has been complaining about this matter because it limits the capacity, institutional capacity, and the legal framework of the Ombudsperson to do his work much more effectively. Then, quite importantly, there is need for us to ensure that access is also not politicized. When Right Honorable Prime Minister, one looks at, for instance, the question of the Hengari case. There is a public arrest. There are police officers involved. A prosecutor gets the docket. A prosecutor reads the docket and finds that there is prima facie evidence. But when you go and follow, after the prima facie evidence is laid to prosecute the person, when you go and follow the bits and pieces of the case as it is laid bare in a bail application, you find that there was a conspiratorial relationship with some media, some police, in the arrest of that person. And now he's suing the police for wrongful arrest. But where were the prosecutorial authorities to say, here, Mr. Police Officer, things don't add up. How did you arrest this person? Money was taken out of the vehicle and placed outside. Photos are taken. This man came to bribe this witness. All of that is ignored by the prosecution. The situation analysis by the prosecution is not well done. It ends up in detention, arrest and detention of a person who gets bail. And now the chances are that he'll actually get scot-free because the process was wrongly handled. Is that access to justice, or is that weaponization of the justice system with the police, with the prosecution, and with the media? And then if the magistrate was part of that conspiracy, there could have been wrongful conviction of a person. Very, very dangerous. So this sector really needs to be looked at, the quality of the police, the quality of the prosecution. Some of them are very well trained, but that there must be upskilling of these individuals from time to time. And then the question of the tribalization of the judicial space. That is something very, very important that needs to be looked at and discouraged. Then I think the sector itself requires a whole relook, that we revisit the principles of Roman Dutch law as it applies today to us and whether some aspects of it are relevant to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Honorable Ompant.
Yeah. I think, Prime Minister, this whole conversation about separation of powers, we have made a mistake to conclude that separation of power basically means allow the judiciary to do as it pleases. It's a very fundamental problem. I'm not saying let's harass the judges, but let's just take ownership of our judiciary. Because until and unless you are a Hengari, certain things like what Honorable Swartboy is talking about, that's when you begin to actually realize that there is a problem here. Yeah? And are we going to wait for each one of you to get arrested so that we realize that we need to do something about it? So we need to reclaim our judiciary. By reclaiming our judiciary basically means, doesn't mean interference, but just to look at what is basically happening and see whether we agree with it. And in my intervention, I want to demonstrate, Prime Minister, why and how the judiciary, for instance, and the justice system has been complicit in the type of problems that we are facing. You will see, for example, we were all animated about the problems about the marriages and how privacy and the minors and what this parliament passes the Dissolution of Marriage Act is not being implemented. Because the context of that is that some of these not bail, but the divorces are supposed to be heard at the magistrate court, and the magistrate courts are simply just not ready. So how does the executive pushes then get society animated about dissolution of marriage, but ultimately nothing happens? Yeah. But if we reclaim, Honorable Taele, if we reclaim our judiciary, it means that we will also be having conversation about how do we just accept the judiciary to do that, and we just allow it in the justice system as a whole. So just before independence, we remember this, they call it Kultura, or so just few weeks before independence, these whites started giving each other farms. Yeah, so that association, they started giving each other farms, Immediately after the election results were announced, they converted to a donation. So there was a revolutionary decision taken by government to enact the law, the state repudiation of Cultura 2032 of 1991. An act of parliament was passed so that you can reverse what they did. And obviously, as what did these guys do? They went to court. And what did Mohammed do in 2000 at the Supreme Court? The rest is history. But we never, as this parliament, took a position, maybe out of fear, to protect the country, out of fear. Because the Constitution says that you can pass a legislation to vary, to come to a different conclusion, because the same parliament that passed that legislation in 1991 didn't have a different opinion to say that we agree with what the Supreme Court did. Now, as a result, you also had this a law that was passed in this parliament with regards to administration of estates. Say whatever it is that you want to say about Shangala, but that law was passed in here. The decision was taken that anybody who's having money there that belongs to minors, it must go to the Guardian Fund. The media persuaded the government and parliament to actually believe that the act was made for James Hatwiko-Lipi. But there are many laws that we don't like. As we speak, when that law was passed and until the period it was amended, that money belongs to the Guardian Fund, lawfully. And the government is quiet about that. And do you know how much money we are talking about? We are talking about more than 500 million that's supposed to have gone to the Guardian Fund. A law is a law, whether we like it or not. But this government, and you could see that there's a consistent trend. When we talk about locus standi, Yvonne Dowsab made some attempt to bring this law on locus standi so that you are able to litigate. Small claims court, it's not just about what we are talking. A bill does exist. It existed since maybe 1996 because it affects particular people. Locus standi affects particular people. The same with Cultura, it continues. What is basically 500 million owed to government that you can claim tomorrow because they are untouchable. We cannot touch those people. So nothing has changed since that Repudiation Act, what we ought to be doing. So you, as the ruling party, and you call yourself revolutionaries. So these are the things that, the struggle that you fought for. And this thing continues to be able to do that. So if we don't reclaim our judiciary, it will be such a historical pity for people to fought for freedom, and this thing continues on a daily basis. And we think, the judiciary is independent. Why is this? We have nothing to say. We can reclaim the judiciary without interfering. He's been talking. Why is it still 4? Yeah? Yeah, but why are they?
There's a malfunction there.
What's going on there? Eh? He switched off. Okay. Now, Honorable Ampand. Honorable Ampanda, the timekeeper in the cubicle there, automatically when the 5 minutes lapse, it cuts off. I think that is what happened. Yeah. The next one is Karupu, Honorable Karupu, the last one. Yeah.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee.
Oh yeah, there is still 7 minutes.
I'm just minus on votes 29. Information.
Sorry, but you are registered here. Engari, are you from? Okay. And Nekundi, are you also for this one or next one?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I wanted to add to some of the issues that were raised, but more importantly, issues that I've had personal experiences with. The first is our mediation process that was introduced, where an accused person, after some time having appeared in court and being told it's postponed, your case has been postponed, come after 5 months, come after a year, you are granted an opportunity with a mediator, who is an independent mediator, to have a discussion with state or whichever institution you have an issue with. Now, Honorable Prime Minister, I don't know whether you will be able to respond, but I really want to understand whether we introduce systems for abuse or systems to make access to justice a possibility for ordinary Namibian citizens. And most of the time I consider myself an ordinary Namibian citizen. Yes. Two, I mean, that whole mediation process turned into a joke, because what usually happens is, in fact, the arresting officer or whoever was present during that particular event is not assigned to the case. Two, the commissioner or whoever signed on the arrest or the warrant is not present at that particular mediation. So the whole process is really turned into a joke, and it becomes a complete flop. So I really want to understand whether we've introduced at court level, or is it to make a mockery out of it? That's one. Two, this House has consistently called for the introduction of the Ombudsman's Bill. It's not come yet. I wonder, Right Honourable Prime Minister, whether we are finally going to have a proper legislation that addresses the powers, functions and duties of the Ombudsman, but also that would ensure that the Ombudsman has some sort of teeth. The Ombudsman has produced a number of reports on the overflow of holding cells, which is an issue that has been discussed in this House. Reports, in fact, on holding cells for underage individuals. Honorable Swarbe, what do you call those guys? There was even a case about it. Government was taken to court by the Ombudsman. You know, there's just so many things that we can do with that particular office, and that's just not happening. We're constantly told that these things are in a pipeline. Right Honourable Prime Minister, we want to find this pipeline so that we can go and bring those things ourselves and carry them to this House so that we can finally some sort of progress. So I really wanted to, and third and finally, there's a program that we raised, which is basically the community courts. And I'm happy to see here, and I want to congratulate the Minister, that they've actually budgeted for the courts, the community courts. One of the biggest issues there, Right Honourable Prime Minister, is the inability to coordinate when a traditional courts find an individual from a community or a village guilty. There's usually very little coordination with the main courts to sort of deal with whether an individual is now arrested, whether this person is charged, and what they need to do in terms of providing justice for the victims. But otherwise, I do support the vote. Thank you.
On this vote is Honourable Nekundi. And then the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Comrade Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I rise one to support this vote on justice. However, there are three issues that I want to raise in this very important debate. It's really the perpetual racial appointment within the two sub-functions of our justice system. One is the liquidators. Two is the deputy sheriffs. 36 into independence. Only one race is dealing with liquidators. On Air Namibia liquidations, they possibly have made more than half or more than the amount that is collected. and they are left as holy cows of Namibia. What is it that reform that is winning us to reform and ensuring that true justice, including the infusion of the races of Namibia, are in that platform? What is it? At 36 down the years of Namibia independence, we cannot produce a black liquidator. Something must be wrong. Something must be wrong. Something must be wrong. So the other one is we have 5. Then we have deputy sheriffs. We have 17. We have 17 deputy sheriffs. One, when it's a black person things to be confiscated by them, whatever must be done. The media is all called. But you never see it when it's a white person, things are being taken. It never happened in this country. And the 36 down the line, apparently only those, and they are all for that matter, maybe all of them now in their 80s and 70s. And apparently we have no Namibians, black Namibians, who qualifies. When do we infuse and transform this sub-industry within the justice arena? The last one, Honorable Swart Boy will be the next. Swart Boy will be the next. Swart Boy, in fact, Honorable Swart Boy failed to transform because it's a judicial.
Honorable Swart Boy. Let's extend the courtesies to him.
The other one, Honorable Ampanda,
state his case.
have touched it a bit.
Honorable
But really, the issue is, it seems the justice or the judiciary or the justice is perceived as a branch above all other branches. They cannot be criticized, but they can criticize our laws and all others. So,
Honorable
issue
thank you for withdrawing.
Justice system. These colleagues, these systems must know that they are not above criticism. They must know that. And they must know that attacking a wrong decision is not attacking a person, it's attacking a decision that is wrong. And we are here to ensure that, above all, this is a house of representations. They are not a house of representations. They are not a branch that is representative of Namibian people. This is a true voice. This is a true voice that represents the voice of the voiceless. So I think it's high time that we deal with the total understanding that the judicial system or the justice systems must be treated just like any other branch of the state of Namibia, where they have air. They must be appreciating of what the voices of Namibians are telling them to be correct. I can tell you, Honorable Deputy Chair, one thing that is also of pain, there is somehow what I would call the justice system is somehow captured by the capitalists. And I want to demonstrate to you. And I want to demonstrate to you.
Order.
And I want to demonstrate to you.
Yeah.
And I want to demonstrate to you. A tender of catering, it is benefiting one class of people.
Yeah, your time. Honorable Nekundi, time. Yeah, thank you. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, please respond. Yeah. The time is long since gone. I thought you raised your light.
Thank you.
Information thing, Mihaela.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Don't say that.
Deputy Chairperson
Don't say that.
of all House Committee honorable members. I am happy that I'm being assisted by the EDs there to be able to respond to the questions put and also bring context to some of those questions. Firstly is to honorable members to thank you on behalf of the line minister for the support that has been voiced to the vote, and also for the support extended to the men and women in the law fraternity, some of whom are also here. And I think it is really notable that we appreciate the commitment and dedication that many put in to dispense justice. And it has also been my observation, honorable members, that in the formulation of the questions that we have asked, we have put everything in one, the judiciary, the justice, as well as issues that are pertaining to the other votes. So maybe the other votes will be able to have them spill over when that discussion comes. And therefore, I will confine myself to the vote for today, which is specific justice. Yes, honorable members, we are fully aware there are 3 branches of government, and we are, yes, and we are one of them, which is the legislature, and the other, and we have specific role to play, and the judiciary also has a role to play. So too is the executive. Now, specific then to various questions asked, I will try to skim through them as they were asked by honorable members. I think the first question was Honorable Ampanda, as it pertains to a particular institution that used to be CDM and which has been transformed into NAMDEP. And the question then is in terms of justice and fairness. There's a road connecting to South Africa or South Africa, and what is there to show for Namibia? Well, of course, it's a question that probably was not necessarily in the statement I was given to read, but it's a question that touches on justice everywhere. Now, if I may venture in attempting to bring fairness to answering that question, and that is in terms of beneficiation of the resources of Namibia vis-a-vis the people of Namibia. If we take it just on that score, NAMDEP, even if we scout across the landscape of the country now, it is the only entity where we can say Namibia has 50% in terms of ownership. And that's the arrangement that we have. 50% Namibia, 50% De Beers. Yes. So in terms of equity, arguably one can argue that we are much better in there than, and we could perhaps use that as a benchmark for others. But then the question of have we benefited enough? Maybe that's a conversation we can have at a different platform, possibly between you and the minister. But I would say that, yes, since Arandes was mentioned, that's Rossing, but that is precisely where we have 3% in terms of the arrangement. And then here we have 50%. So in terms of the balance of where we are better off, you could argue that in the resource of uranium we are lower, but in the resource of diamond we are 50. The question then is whether the people or the government, or Namibia in this case, the country, derive benefit from that. That is a conversation that can be had. Now, whether or not that is now a justice issue as per the vote, I think that you would agree that it probably goes beyond that, but we can have that conversation. And because it was not in the speech, and I'm a messenger of the speech, so I'll try to confine to the speech, but fairness and that conversation is not wrong. We can have that conversation. Having been in Arandes and others in Oranienmund, so understand the English in Oranienmund is better than the English in Arandes, but that's on a lighter note. We can have that conversation. Honorable Izazi, you were just too quick, but anyway, he went. Okay, so the Honorable Minister of Justice was sending me a note to correct some numbers in there, and that is the amount that we quoted, which was the correct allocation. Instead of 494 million, it should be 460 million. And that is what I was to read, but anyway, please alert him to that. So that's the question he asked, and then that's a different vote. Okay, the vote is coming. Now then he speaks to why is the allocation lower, or why did it decrease? I think the information is that, of course, that is the allocation. In terms of the resources availed to them, they have to manage within the scope of what they have been given. So that is the answer. It's not a good one, insofar as you have a lot of work to be done and then you have little resources. But that's the answer. And that is because of the competing priorities, and Madam Minister for Finance has had to try and, as much as possible, balance. On the community courts, I think the speech spoke to that incidentally last year when we launched those first bunch of cars that were given, it was indicated that that was the beginning, the first perhaps, but more will be coming. And therefore in the speech we have read the names of those communities that have benefited. So it is a beginning, and I think more will be coming, and the ED is noting there. Feasibility studies, you're right, it's a challenge. It's a challenge, but we must also appreciate that the Environmental Management Act behooves on all projects to have feasibility studies, especially in relation to whether you could do harm to the environment. But of course there must be a balance, or a balance must be struck between right to development and protection of the environment. But it doesn't mean that feasibility studies should be used as a cover. Instead of benefiting, people would use it for something else. I have often said if the liberation struggle were to be waged today, I'm sure that there would be some proponents that would say, let's conduct feasibility study first before we go to war. Yeah. So feasibility study really should not be used as a legal excuse to deliver service, for example. And nor should it be used as a window to siphon certain resources to benefit certain individuals. But a point is well made. Honorable Amkoto Mwene Mkunda, the answer is that it is well noted that the Law Commission deserves and requires precisely the resources that you have mentioned, so that they are enabled to do their work, as well as to travel broadly to where they are needed most and canvass the views of stakeholders in the reform of laws that will make justice easier to dispense. So that is the answer that I'm getting. And the ED is saying they are going to do more in that respect. Now, I know you want me to try and answer why the minister is this. I think you would agree with me if I rather not go in that trajectory. Safe in saying that the ministry is very well alive on that matter, and they will do all to ensure that they carry out precisely what you are saying. And you would also be aware that the President said, I think in the State of the Nation address last year, that she invited members of the public to indicate what are the laws that perhaps are inhibiting execution of certain functions. And therefore, the law reform is that entity that can be able to canvass those views from various sectors of society. And then Honorable Susiku. Yes, my good brother. Yes, my good brother. Yeah, just forgive them. Just listen to me only. I think your point is equally correct, and that we must bring some degree of fairness in that, as well as ensure that we spread through security of all those that are witnesses, whether they are 15 kilometers or beyond. So the answer is yes. You raise a very good point, and we'll look into that. Honorable Kandorodu, most courts are in the areas that you have described. In other words, it would appear that all efforts are in urban areas as opposed to rural areas, but I think you'll also agree that an effort is being made with the community courts, as well as decentralization. I think we have said earlier that some infrastructure in the capital project have been indicated. One, I heard about Nkurenkuru, I read about Nkurenkuru, Katimamuliro. I think Katimamuliro is there, but I'm coming now to your question. You're saying it was not in there, but I will reread it again and I can say it. So in other words, the effort and the understanding of ensuring that justice is decentralized, I think it is the cornerstone also of the ministry. Now, it is a difficult one, whether now somebody stole first 5, got a bail, 10 got a bail, 15 got a bail, and therefore it must mean that this person is better arrested instead of giving them the benefit of the doubt, guilty, innocent until proven guilty. So that might be a very difficult one, but we take good note, and I think the EDs, they are there, they have taken note. We'll venture into trying to have that answered. Equity, Mkondi, well noted. I think it is very clear that we should not only see this benefiting some and not others. Everybody should have access to justice. I remember in some of the classes in law school, it used to be said that sometimes there are those who look at justice as like a spider web. It catches only small flies, big birds fly through. But that shouldn't be the intention. The intention is that everybody should know, and nobody should be above the law. Honorable Ita, I think you are spot on, and the suggestion you have made are noted, and we will escalate them to the Honorable Minister. So to Honorable Minister for Gender and Child Welfare, the collaboration that you have between yourselves vis-a-vis the children courts and their rights, I think it is spot on. And thank you for that support. Honorable I call her on the chief mourner and what we have done. What we have done, Honorable Member, because the matter is a serious one. And when we left from there, the Minister of Justice has written a letter to the minister responsible for police, as well as escalated to all of us. And that is to say, our prosecutors must be afforded the security required so that they are able to do their work in an atmosphere that is conducive and in an atmosphere that is not threatening to their livelihood. So that conversation, it is still continuing as we speak. And the police, they are also on the ground in that particular matter to see vis-a-vis the money, that's now the resources, as well as the expertise to bring to bear on this issue. So what we have all agreed is that we are going to look into it, and where, for example, if an incident occurs, you have seen immediately, such as the case in Enana, the case in Grootfontein, and I think another place, you saw the response of the police. That is because the government is taking this matter serious, the president is taking this matter serious, all of us are taking this matter serious. One life loss is one too many. And we want to make sure that all our young people that are in the law fraternity, they must do so and feel that they can move about freely without intimidation. So that is, you can be rest assured, we are on that. And Honorable Swartboy, yeah, it is, let me just say this, the generality of your point, there is no debating about that. The object of it, but the specific area of it as far as both in the context of race or tribe, because justice is about fairness, and it shouldn't be perceived that it favors this race or it favors that tribe, etc. Everybody should find comfort that all of us are protected, all of us are catered for. So I think your point, therefore, is correct, and we can have that conversation. And I see Honorable Ehub smiling broadly. Berseba is very happy about that. So yes, let's have that conversation, and also let's make sure that when we are investigating and when we are arresting, we are doing so based on the material evidence, on the facts that are there, detach all other factors to it, so that the outcome should be perceived as a true reflection of an honest undertaking that somebody is carrying out, so that it doesn't get perceived that, no, it is because I am hated or I'm liked, I'm this or that tribe. So I am in agreement in that respect, Honorable Member. Honorable Ampanda, separation of power. I think separation of power is a concept that is very old, probably very old, maybe since the Pope was an altar boy. So it was to separate the church and state. And because there was a time, as you know, when the church was dominant, both as government and as a religious institution, and so forth. So therefore, the idea, insofar as separation of power in the political or governance space, it is not necessarily to say that they cannot speak to each other. I mean, imagine a scenario, we find each other in the shop, the president, the judge president, the speaker, then they run. They can't talk to each other because there's separation of power. I mean, that is not the intention. So surely there can be interactions on certain things that are common, certain things that we can talk to each other about. So when the justice system is interpreting the laws that we have made, the intention is that we are the ones that have made the law, and therefore they are interpreting it. Now, and if we have an opinion, we can talk to that opinion and say what we had in mind is this. And where we feel that it has not been carried out in the manner that we wanted, what do? We come back here and maybe crystallize it so that they can be able to interpret it. Now, well, it is up to us to make the laws the way you have said. If there are certain laws that we passed and we have not implemented them, there is the executive. Executive must ensure that the laws are implemented. And if we are not implementing them, the problem is ours.
The very same honorable members that went over the 1 hour threshold are showing me the clock, whereas they were the ones who put so many questions that you are responding to now.
If they can indulge me to finish, just because there are
please.
2 questions left. There are 2 questions left. There is, I think, of course, later on others can come in to say perhaps how it should be, as they have given me the answers there. Honorable Hengari, yes, your point is very clear. Your point is very clear vis-à-vis the mediation, but the intention of the mediation was not to make it a mockery, but to make it where those that are aggrieved are able to be given a recourse that will help them. Now, maybe the individuals involved do things slightly differently, where instead of bringing that recourse, we do something else, which is wrong, and I agree with you. Now, you ask about the ombudsman, and in particular the law itself. Yes, I met the ombudsman, and as far as the law is concerned, it has gone through CCL, and the intention and at least the expectation from our side is that it will soon be tabled here, and I hope that when it does, and we will make sure that it is expedited to be here, hopefully in May or maybe before that, so that we can all pass it and bring finality to that matter. And finally, Honorable Nekundi, perpetual racial appointment functions of liquidators, deputy, who are just one race. I have the following to say. We are maybe 90-something% black. The electorate is 90% black. Maybe here in Parliament, 90% black. National Council is the same. Maybe the judge is the same. So when we allow certain things to happen, the first blame is on us. The first blame is on us. So we cannot be in cabinet. We cannot be in cabinet 19% black, and the laws are favoring something else, and after that we go and say the law did not do this. So it's us. They are also, no, I am not in any way suggesting that, I'm not in any way suggesting that, but I'm saying when we take decisions, and then after taking that decisions, we blame them, but we are the majority to take those decisions. So therefore, we can't say there are too many. Yes, let's make the laws. It's us. So from here, we are going to talk with my comrade, and we must make sure that we make things right. And that does not mean that, and the white brothers and sisters out there, they must not think that we are deliberately going out now against them. That is not the idea. Fairness and equity is what we want to see. And they too must see that fairness is what we want. So if there are 17 of them, only all of them white, so we must change it and make it 9 black and the rest white. Okay, swart boy black, and swart boy black, and Nekundi black. But really, the issue is that it is not about them and us. It is the laws that we must pass, the laws that we must implement. It doesn't help us to have nice English to talk about the laws, and those laws are gathering dust and we are not implementing them. All we need to do is implement. I think the Namibian people out there, they are not really waiting for us to philosophize and good English here. What they want is, if we have a law, implement it. And if there are laws that are gathering dust, let's implement them. And if they are not functioning, let's repeal them. And there's nobody else to blame but ourselves. And that, to me, the work starts now. And therefore, from this side and that side, let's do and let's pass laws that are in the interest of our people, in the collective. And therefore, I want to thank you, honorable members, on behalf of the Minister of Justice. And justice must be to the benefit of all Namibians. And every investigation, every arrest must be such that it is reflective of justice, rule of law, and the constitutionalism that we have had here. And we will not be judged by what others have done. We will be judged by the 8th administration. What is it that we did when we were here? And that, honorable members, thank you very much on behalf of the ministry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. On that note of making laws, we are just at the point of making another law. And that is for us now. Is there any objection? So agreed. We have just made a law. Now, honorable members, I have been glancing at both sides of the political members of parliament, and I see there are so many green lights. And we must remember, we are starting 9 o'clock tomorrow. Now, I will leave it to your own discretion whether you want to extinguish the green lights or whether you want to finish and go. So I recognize, I put vote 29, information and communication technology. Any discussions? Honorable Karupu. So you are distinguished, yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, for the floor. I wanted to start my contribution by reminding ourselves, honorable members, that we are in the 4th industrial revolution, where digital is embraced by the whole globe. We have no choice but we have to live with technology now. Otherwise, we'll be an island from this world. Honorable members, developing technology and communication is a cost undertaking. It's a costly undertaking. I have read this very well-crafted motivation of the Honorable Minister, together with the allocation here. The allocation of 682 million Namibian dollars for the operations and development of this ministry. Honorable members, we are awaiting 2 bills. One is the cybersecurity bill, and the other one is the data protection bill. And if we are to enact the cybersecurity bill, we will need also expertise that will. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, may I be protected? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You are protected.
Thank you very much.
Your time is running.
My time is been running. we will need that cybersecurity initiatives, including the establishment of a 24-hour security operation center. So that will be manned by expertise. So, and we need funds. If you go to our radio countrywide, I was there, they are still using outdated machinery. And one cameraman saw us, his camera is broken, is tying it with a solar tape. And he said, if I can run following the head of state, and these things might fail, and then you accuse me of sabotaging the program, the head of state. So when I look at this allocation, I know we have got a very scarce resources, but I think we have to look into this section. It's very much important that also charged with the construction of some infrastructures to provide free Wi-Fi to some clinics and schools in the more remote areas. I think they need more resources. Honorable members, I must also inform you that this technology is required for agricultural production, for construction production, for education, for trade, and many other fields. For us to be productive. And also, we need it here in this house to do away with this costly printing of this thing. We must go and so, with this,
You support it?
I support it.
I fully endorse it. Thank you. Thank you. Time has left. There was no vote of information without Honorable Mouton taking the floor. So please, you have the floor.
Okay, I would like to thank the Honourable Minister of NBC for motivating this vote. Since half of her budget is going to NBC, on a light note. But what I'm actually really concerned about is the budget allocation for access to information. When we look at page 416, under the program Print Media Affairs, it talks about the access to information. If we are really serious about government accountability, stopping corruption, we need to start implementing this commission to function fully. Yes. As I look at the budget, what was actually spent on 2024-2025, it shows me that the first priority to get this commission running was to buy cars for 5 million in 2024. Since then, in 2025, total budget allocation of 8.9 million has been allocated. Yet, we still haven't appointed a commissioner of access to information or deputy commissioner or established the commission to its full force. So, despite the fact that last year there was a budget without it actually functioning, this year the total budget allocation is 10 million. Honourable Minister, if we are serious about getting this commission off the ground, we must adequately fund for its inception. And I don't know what the cars have been doing for the past 3 years, but this is not the priority. The priority is to get it off the ground. So I ask you, since the appointment has been delayed once again, where are we in terms of getting this? Now I want to take you to page 413, where we go to New Year publication and number. You state in your motivation that these two are going to get merged. It's been spoken about since 2021. There's there's a separate budget allocation. That means that we've already budgeted for the duplication of remuneration for this financial year once again, and then it extends to 2028. So my question is, are we really merging these two entities, and what is the timeline for that?
Yeah.
And now, the Honourable Prime Minister, you said that there's a
Please don't disturb the member.
You said that there's a separate budget line for the data centers, and that she will address it in her speech. Yet there was nothing mentioned about the data centers. So I just want to ask you, what is actually allocated for the construction of these data centers, if there is an allocation? In your motivation, you speak about the pursuit of monetization of social media channels. So this has been also ongoing for a very long period. And if we are prioritizing the creative industry, this is one of the things that we must really prioritize and get going. So I want to ask, what are the stumbling blocks that we are still facing after all this time? And now I want to turn your attention to page 407, where we talk about Project 1000. I think it's a really good project. However, 1,000 Namibians is not enough. And we need to start training them, but also capacitating them with job opportunities so that they can become digital ambassadors and teach more people in the process. On that specific vote, also on the program, there's printing of business cards amounting to 30,000. Honourable Minister, by this time we should start utilising QR codes and not, as the Ministry of ICT, keep on printing things like business cards. We are trying to bridge the digital divide, and it's a very challenging thing. But it extends further than network and internet coverage. We must also look at accessibility so that people can buy affordable smartphones, where we can say we need to start giving tax incentives or tax cuts so that we can start importing affordable smartphones so that we can give these people the opportunity to actually access the internet and not just covering them. When we say, we are saying that we want to be an AI hub for Southern Africa, as stipulated in the AI program for February of 2025. For this to be able to do, we must really prioritize and invest in tech startups, not just for them to be able to survive, but to actually scale and build, and then in the process create job opportunities. And then I also feel that there's not enough sufficient funding for the cybersecurity incident response team. We need to fund them so that they can get the right people, that we can proactively do penetration testing and be able to put up the walls that can protect our country. And then finally, Honourable Minister, the data protection bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Muton. Honourable Lutuhezi.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to contribute on board 29, particularly on page 413. We are allocating $22,506,000 to New Era, $22,500,000 to Nampa, and $300,021,000 to NDC. New Era out there, Nampa and NBC. You must listen to me carefully. Number one, you are not funded by any political party. You are funded by the taxpayers of Namibia. And you are reporting for the state, which means you must serve all Namibians. We expect fair reporting, no bias, and equal airtime for all political parties represented in this House. Because when public money funds you, you cannot choose who deserves to be heard. Honourable members, I thank you.
Be at ease. Honourable Haigola.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy, you see, Honorable Member, I understand the Honorable here has spoken about cybersecurity bill, data protection, but the point is, you see last year, you promised us that you remove those data entry registry when we write our names in our ID numbers, in our contact details. So the next person come and take our contact details, not me as specific, but the nation's contact details, and they start scamming them. You see, it becomes scary, and a lot of people have suffered. You see, today there's even a newspaper, an article from Info Monday that says that the fraud, EFT fraud, has increased. It's still there, 15 hours ago. So my point, Honorable Minister, is that when are you going to remove that registry book? Here at Parliament, they sign it. There at GIPF, they sign it. You fill in your information, the next hour, you see somebody calling you, no, you have won $700 million, and I'm calling from FNB. But probably you might come and say, no, the data protection bill is coming and all that. But, Honorable Minister, the whole year us losing money, are we still going to wait for data protection bill? Because last time you promised that you will take responsibility of that book. The second one is cybercrime education. You see, a few months ago I went to the village and a pensioner was crying. No, I was scammed my money. Lack of education, lack of cybercrime education. I was the victim. Somebody, you know, it just clicked there and said, you have won. Put in your, go get your card and put in the last digits. I didn't know. I put in. Okay, this was back then. And all my money was gone. And I also had to tell my boyfriend, husband by then that, no, do it also. Yes, husband. Boyfriend by then. He's a husband now. Okay? He was a boyfriend by then. He's a husband now. So I had to tell him that, look, I have won. Quickly give me your card. The last digit. You see, Honorable Minister, let me not lose the point. The point that I'm trying to make is that cyber security or cyber crime education or awareness, especially in rural areas, the pensioners there, after they get their money from GIPF, they fall victims. They go straight to the village. They are not here in town. But the problem is there is no education, especially in rural areas. Honorable Minister, I'm highlighting rural areas. So please let your ministry go, not only in radios, but let it have programs that will reach in Kwarangope, the elders in the south, the elders in the north, the elders central, so that they can be aware. Because people just come, the criminals in prison, no, this is fun, they speak it, but you know that it's just Thomas Shilongo who is talking. No, you have one, but they come in with a certain accent. I'm come from the bank, you must give me your number and your ID number quickly. The code that I send you. But our people at the village need this education. So please, and the youth as well. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Ipumpu, I was hoping that the lights would be extinguished, but
thank you very much.
I seem not to have any persuasive power.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. First, before I start, I want to pledge my support to vote 29 of the Ministry of ICT. And I also look forward to the finalization, as I see the allocation of 17 million that would fund the finalization of the two bills. That's the cyber security bill and the data protection bill, of course, which
sharing in our mandate, and as a ministry responsible for cybercrime control, especially when it comes to incidences. We're looking forward to the completion of these two pieces of registration. I want to speak to the cybersecurity incident response team under the current, which as it now is responding to cyber security incidences. As it now, they do not really have too much teeth to bite. And it's my hope that the law would strengthen them so that they are able to respond with a stringent punitive mechanism specifically to cyberbullying incidences, which are experienced not only by our children, but also by adults. And the education child protection toolkit, which is now in place, does not really filter to each and every parent who have bought gadgets for their children, most probably because it's centralized. Perhaps it's time that we need to look at how we accelerate and perhaps also to get it translated into vernaculars so that it's safe both at school and at home. Because our children are exposed to all types of either information, materials, and many other information that they're supposed not to access that would have an implication on their culture, on their behavior going forward. And as such, I call on us to strengthen that specific aspect. And the database center, which we have spoken about for quite some time, I think it's long overdue. As it will save us to protect our data. You know, we had an incident a few months back, and some of the data could be recovered, and there were data that we could not recover. And I believe it would strengthen also the backup servers that we would need, so that if we are to experience an incident of a similar nature in the future, we would be able to have a backup to retrieve the data that is to be lost. Because cybercrime is real and is increasing on a daily basis. The last point I want to speak to is the digital gap. As it now, we do have an allocation that I have noted that would respond to the pressing ICT needs and to identify the digital gaps in each region and constituencies. But sometimes even in just the proximity of the main centers, you would find poor instruments, especially in terms of internet connections. Could it be, to a certain extent, maybe the infrastructures? Sometimes they are crashing and not in conformity with the setup of the specific areas where they are being set up, or where you will have operators without maybe corroborating or communicating to each.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Who's the next? My relative brother, Honorable Lucato, please.
Thank you very much, my relative brother. The Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and members of Parliament, Thank you very much for the platform. I just want to raise, to contribute on the vote which is on table. What I can say, let me thank the media institution in Namibia, including the media which is under the ministry, Ministry of Information, that for their good job they are doing. And let me also commend the minister, my relative sister. I commend you for the good job and they continue to serve the Namibian people in that regard. And also, I just want to also to commend those brave brothers and sisters, the journalists, those who have been broadcasting, publishing,
If it's left out, what should we read into
those
that?
who have been broadcasting.
Well, I think if it's left out,
the stories and the activities of Namibians for the development of this country, Namibia, Africa, and the world at large. The activities of the government, including the 3 state organs, in order to reach globally, is a mandate, duties, and the functions of the media. So the media is playing a very big role in that regard. The voices of the relative brothers and sisters, the members of parliament, the cabinet, the judicial, and all ministries, and the private sectors. Without media, definitely, I think our activities cannot be heard. It cannot be seen. So it's so important for that, that regard. Therefore, without, let me recommend also that my recommendation that if the respected ministry and the cabinet at large should consider those other medias, those without resources.
I thank you.
Some of them, the Capri Vision newspaper and the others, they are trying their best to make sure that they save the Namibian people, but without, because of lack of resources. So I recommend that it should be a provision so that they can also be assistants, because they are working for the Namibian people, they are serving the Namibian people.
I support.
And let me say, I support the vote 100%. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kalangula.
Okay.
We followed by Honorable Itope and Bush. Honorable Bush.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Waiting for my Chief Whip, just to whip me a little bit. I was actually puzzled that I'm speaking. Perhaps there was hacking somewhere.
No, please, then you can sit down.
But now that the light is on, perhaps I can speak now. My concern is rather technical, Honorable Minister. I would like to speak on the tower beacon lights. The tower beacon lights are mainly made for low-flying aircrafts, visibility to avoid crashing in those. The aviators are specifically on the outcry saying that some of these beacon lights are not lighting, and that's a concern for safety, especially when they are flying low. I think a few days ago we had a low-flying aircraft that crashed, and some of these concerns also came up that this is some of the things that needs also to be brought forward. And I saw, since my monitor was a bit hacked to speak, I saw an opportunity to perhaps raise this. But one more thing that I wanted to raise perhaps, I had an opportunity to ask the leadership of NBC on the usage of helicopters, the communication between the police, the defense. They say they do time and now and again, but I know that it had stopped for a while. But the police specifically, that communication is still not there 100%. They are still struggling with that. But the leadership told me otherwise, but I'm fully aware that communication needs to be made better. But regardless of that, I would also want just to caution, in case that the police is not available and the defense is not available, because these helicopters need to be ready for combating crime, and they need to be on standby to act immediately as such. There are helicopters at government air transport hangar. They've been parked now for 2 years. 2 good years without flying. One of them is a Squirrel, and that can be utilized easily to serve as one of your towers that the police is having a challenge with. Instead of looking towards the police, perhaps, the defense, they can make that as a first point of departure, to knock rather on the doors of government air transport, to make it easier. I believe now that it's under the presidency, it's even more easier to facilitate with that, considering the challenges that they have. So perhaps I think that is one thing you need to consider, just perhaps bringing to their attention, because they might listen to you more since they give you more airtime. I saw submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Itobe, please take the floor, Honorable.
Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, a nation that champions information and communication technology position itself for progress, inclusion, and global competitiveness. It is on this basic that I express my full support for the budget allocation to vote 29, Ministry of Information and Communication Technology for the 2026-2027 financial year, for the ministry to able also to connect the area like Chibera and IIs in Karas region, to mention few, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I commend the progress made in our digital transformation journey is commendable. The expansion of fire network and the rollout of 5G technology. I therefore support vote 29. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Itobe. Next is Honorable Bush, our chairperson of the Women Caucus.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee.
Thank you.
I believe, honorable members, that it is no mean feat to be entrusted with leapfrogging the nation into the digital revolution. Therefore, I want to acknowledge the dynamism and leadership of our Honorable Minister with this very important duty she is entrusted with. Honorable Minister, as I rise to support your vote as Minister of Information, Communication and Technology, I briefly want to react on the national broadcaster. Honorable Minister, I believe that we must gradually move to a point where we evaluate with honesty the cost-benefit analysis NBC brings to the nation. Do we really need to fund news and entertainment, or do we stick to news and documentaries and allow our independent creatives to submit content that focuses on entertainment and have them pay for it? Honorable Minister, it is my belief that, and that is, I'm submitting to you this evening to say that we will get more value for money if we ensure that not all programs of the NBC are left to the government budget. This means availing more to our creative sector and our creative industries for them to also make a living and ensure that good content by our creative industry is really authentic and representative of what we want to consume as citizens that watch the NBC. For instance, Honorable Minister, we want to see comedy on the national broadcaster, and we have content creators, young content creators, that gives us comedy, the likes of Martin Pombili. We have young content creators that produces cooking content, that is encouraging us that are not very often in the kitchen to even want to cook. We have young content creators that are inspiring us to ensure we live healthy through fitness content, through photography content, through travel content. And this is really what we want to see reflected in the end through our national broadcaster. Honorable Minister, I briefly want to react on cybersecurity and not repeat what has been said. I think, Honorable Minister, we are all conceding in the House that cybersecurity is a serious issue in the country. What I want to add to this debate, Honorable Minister, is to say that our state-owned enterprises must incentivize young graduates that are unemployed in that space to be reskilled, to ensure that they are able to safeguard our digital assets so that we are not prone to cyber attacks as of what we have seen lately. Then finally, Honorable Minister, as I take my seat, I want to speak on AI, artificial intelligence, which you are also entrusted with. Honorable Minister, as I've gone through your budget motivation, I want to leave with you these final thoughts. AI represents a lot of opportunities and a lot of threats for our economy. AI has influenced our new way of living, Honorable Minister. I want to encourage your ministry to drive the national approach on how we need to adopt and must use AI, and also AI as a driver of technology. It is therefore important, Honorable Minister, that AI must feature prominently in the work that your ministry is doing. With that said, I support your vote.
Honorable Amutenya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. On the onset, allow me to congratulate my fellow youth, Honorable Emma Theophilus, for really running this ministry to its best. I think I must also share with this august House that last time when I went to my village, I have seen the construction of a 48-meter lattice tower at my village being constructed, and that the whole area, it is now obviously it's expecting to be connected to network, proper network. However, Honorable Minister, as we deliberate on this budget, there's really something that we must confront, which is very much growing and it's of urgent, which is very, very urgent, and that is today's economy, access to data is no longer a luxury. It is actually a basic necessity. Yet for many of our citizens, connectivity remains out of reach due to the high cost of data. Institutions like MTC, Namibia that we have, Telecom, have really made commendable progress in expanding network infrastructures, the towers that we have. However, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee,
yes, sir.
Coverage without affordability and accessibility really remains exclusion. So this challenge is even more worse in our rural communities. Many areas still experience weak or sometimes there is no network coverage at all. And where connectivity exists, network, is still very, very much expensive. That is the data that I'm talking about. And this really locks out thousands of Namibians from participating in the digital economy, accessing government services, and even benefiting from online education and opportunities. So we cannot speak of equitable development while rural constituencies remain digitally isolated. Connectivity must really be determined, must not be determined by geography, location, but it must be guaranteed to all Namibians as promised in our SWAPO Party manifesto. Yeah, so Honorable Minister,
our students mostly are among the most affected by the high cost of data. And in an era where learning is really digital, we are placing an unfair burden on young people who must choose between connectivity and other basic needs. So NTC and Telecom and other private entities like Parates must really introduce a national student data package that should offer reduced data rates to all registered students in our country. It must also provide access to zero-rated educational platforms, research database, and government e-learning portals so that we make sure that this information is accessible to all our students. In addition to that, the last one is really to establish community digital hubs for youth, at youth centers, even at playgrounds and designated spots in rural areas where our students are found. So with that, I want to support this vote, and we are looking forward to our students to be supported when it comes to data affordability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Amutenya. Honorable Jonas.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. At the onset, allow me to congratulate Honorable Minister of Information for her remarkable leadership and visionary approach in advancing Namibia ICT sector. As a young leader, she continued to demonstrate commitment, innovation, and dedications to ensuring that Namibia remained at the forefront of digital transformation in Africa. I also wish to extend congratulations to Honorable Minister and the NBC Board and the NBC workforce on the historical appointment of Madam Menezia Amunyo as the first ever women Director General of the Namibia Broadcasting Corporation. This appointment marks a milestone in the representation of women in leadership within our public institution, and we wish her success as she leads NBC into a new era of innovation and excellency. Honorable Chairperson, while we acknowledge and celebrate the progress made under the Ministry and NBC, we seek clarity regarding the recent leadership transition at NBC between the incoming Director General and the outgoing Director General. This morning, it was announced by the Chairperson of the Board that the outgoing Director General will remain in office for the next 3 months. One would like to ask what purpose of this arrangement and what are the financial implications of this decision. Honorable Chairperson, in supporting vote 29, we affirm our confidence in our young minister and her team. We urge continuity, innovation, inclusivity, and accountability so that Namibia ICT sector become a true enabler of economic growth, social development, and empowerment of our youth. This budget is merely an allocation of resource. It is an investment in future of digital Namibia, where opportunities are accessible to all citizens. I so move and support the vote.
Honorable members, before I grant the floor to the next honorable member, I seem conflicting messages seem to be continuing. I get some in the members, honorable members, showing me signs that I must cut, and I see some people insisting on contributing. So I'm at your mercy. I don't want to be blamed that I'm denying honorable members to express their views. Yeah. Thank you so much. So can I ask the honorable minister to respond? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson.
Your budget was hit,
Thank you to the honorable members of the House for their contributions. to vote 29. Honorable Karuku, Chairperson of the ICT and Innovation Parliamentary Committee, thank you for your support. In terms of the radio and equipment that needs improvement, indeed, this is why under the allocations to NBC, New Era and NAMPA, we have specifically stressed on the development budget. Of course, as we know, operations takes up a big chunk of the operations or the costs of these entities because they are constantly on the move. They follow where the news is in this very vast and large country of ours. But we are always committed to improve the tools of the trade that they use to bring the information to our fingertips on our televisions and of course on our radio sets. Honorable Mouton, thank you for your support of vote 29. Indeed, yes, the access to information mandate of the ministry is one we take very seriously. And this is why when we expedited the access to information law was to really get to a point where we have a provision in the law that citizens can access information from state entities. So in absence of an information commissioner or his or her deputy, you still have protections as a citizen of this country to access information because the law is there. The regulations, of course, that we passed in 2024 was to get us to the office of the Information Commissioner. There were some delays in that regard, and that is why we did not want to waste any time with the 2024-2025 financial year and the 2025-2026 financial year with not getting some tools that the Information Commissioner can already find. So imagine the Information Commissioner, let's say, gets approved in this financial year, and then in that amount allocated, we must still set up the office. So the idea to get the vehicles, some of the equipment that still have long shelves, was to ensure that once the Information Commissioner is appointed by the selection committee as per the law, some of the things will already be in place. We don't have to start from scratch with a limited budget. But be that as it may, we are committed to the Information Commissioner and his or her deputy to start their work. We've already started the consultations that we feel were necessary in terms of making the work of the Information Commissioner seamless once they get into office, because nobody wants to give somebody an office that is unable to properly function because we do not have our ducks in a row. And that is why we pulled back the advert to make sure that the necessary provisions are in place for the Information Commissioner. Once appointed, they can do the work. The good part is the selection committee has already been constituted. The Parliament, which is the custodian of that process, so that it's independent. It's not a Ministry of ICT that is running this process. We wanted it to be the National Assembly, so it's independent, away from the executive, so that we have an impartial and independent commission, and those consultations to fully utilize and fully ensure that it's done are definitely underway. The merger, indeed, the merger has been a long time coming. It is an old cabinet decision, old in terms that it was passed in 2021. There were unfortunately no budget lines in the preceding years to actually put the merger in place. But we also could not dismantle New Era or NAMPA pending the process starting, because they still have a mandate as per their Acts of Parliament. NAMPA is governed by an Act of Parliament. New Era is governed by Act of Parliament. And in fact, this is the first merger, particularly for news agencies or media agencies in government, that are underpinned by Act of Parliament. So there's actually a lot of legality that we still need to iron out to make sure that, one, we do not get in trouble with the Competition Commission, but also secondly, that the laws that govern these entities are properly, either repealed or recalled, to ensure that the new entity that is merged is able to run their affairs as they should, as per the mandate of the acts that had governed them from the very beginning. The good part is we have put a technical committee together, and we expect that in this financial year that process will be complete. The data centers, most definitely, I'm sorry that we did not put this in our motivational speech. However, The data centers are a commitment between us as the Ministry of ICT and of course the Office of the Prime Minister. And this is done because we fully recognize that a national data center caters for the entire nation. But we also understand that we do need a public sector data center that is catered for the public sector and the data of government, the entities, offices, ministries, and agencies. And that is why we are looking at which one to go through first, whether the national one or the public sector one. We are leaning more towards the national one, but making sure that we not only have a singular data center that we build on the offset, we want to have redundancy. So we want to have a backup data center also built at the same time, just knowing where the world is going in terms of data sovereignty and data protection, and that data is the new gold. So the work has started. The technical committee is headed by the Executive Director of the Ministry of ICT with many entities in the industry to ensure that we have a cost-effective data center that we can complete in a record amount of time, but one that actually caters for the protection of data of citizens as we envisage it. Social media monetization, we are working. The issue that we have is we put away with all the bottlenecks, whether with the financial sector at Bank of Namibia or even with ourselves at the Ministry of ICT. The issue remains the platforms themselves. They are refusing, literally, to onboard a population of 3 million people because they have to make an investment in putting up the infrastructure to onboard our country and to ensure they pay out that money to creators. So that is the battle we are continuously fighting. We are looking at perhaps going to where they are to engage them so that we get the deal the same way other countries get in terms of population size that are much bigger than us. We cannot bargain the same way India bargains. Indians are a billion, all over the world. We cannot bargain the same way South Africa bargains. South Africans are 50 million people. So our population really continues to be a big hurdle because it will cost them a lot of money and they do not see the immediate return when they actually onboard such a small country like ours. But the fight is on and we want to see the success of that fight, and we are committed to the success of that fight. Project 1000, thank you very much for the support. I wish the Minister of Finance was here for her to hear that you need to give us more money for Project 1000. The good part is that in the midterm until the financial year 2029, there is commitment of 4 million Namibian dollars per year. We are hoping that that can increase the numbers, but thank you for the support. Business cards, 30,000. Unfortunately, Honorable Mouton, we do have the QR cards. In fact, I do have a QR code on my phone when I actually go around international spaces and ask basically to just scan my own QR code or scan the QR code on the WhatsApp app. But sometimes I meet people who will not accept the QR code or do not want to scan the QR code. They want the physical thing. So the allocation for business cards is just to balance, because not everybody is over, the hurdle of making sure that they only use digital means. So even here you want hard copies. So I don't know, Honorable Mouton, if we should also do QR codes for, I'm sure you saw my motivation, had a QR code on top. And that is why it was not distributed, because the hope was that the honorable members would only scan the QR code, but you demanded hard copies. So this is where we are. Not everybody, obviously not you, but not everybody is over that hurdle. So it's a balancing act. Affordable cell phones, definitely. We have engaged the Ministry of Finance around tax exemptions, around the importation of smartphones, because as we know, we do not build those smartphones in the country. We have a data feature phone that is the cheapest being offered by MTC. It costs, I think it used to cost 330 Namibian dollars. They've now reduced it to 280 Namibian dollars. And we've done this really to ensure that people have access to smartphones. But the fact of the matter is that smartphones are still a very expensive technology. It's not the same as a water bottle, unfortunately. So we will continue to see how best we can accommodate citizens to be able to afford a smartphone, but it's a long journey ahead, but we are committed. I'm sure you saw in my motivation that because now we have 5G technology, we are seriously considering sunsetting 2G and 3G technology, which is the technology used on dumb phones, if we can put it like this, or the Tamagotchis. But we know that there are people who are not comfortable yet. Even if you give them a smartphone, they would rather park it because they refuse. They don't want. So we really have a long way to go where that is concerned. NAMCERT, thank you also for the support for you to get more money. It was a hurdle to just even start the NAMCERT. We gave them initial 20 million. It went largely to equipment because the systems are sophisticated. They are supposed to be the latest to deal with cybersecurity matters. And then with this 16 million, we are adding more capacity at the NAMCERT. We are hiring more people, but it's an expensive exercise. It's an expensive exercise. The cybersecurity matters is basically going to war. And we're hearing from the Ministry of Defense and their budget, because we are going to war in the cyberspace. And that unfortunately requires a lot of money, but thank you for the support. We'll appreciate more money. Honorable Lutuhezi, thank you for your support of Vote 29. I'm sure New Era, NAMPA, NBC, as professional entities in the media space who adhere to media practices and editorial practices are giving every political party free chance. In fact, during elections, every political party gets equal airtime to make sure that you are able to get your message to the nation. But if you have any incidences that are unique that you think are crossing the lines of media ethics, there's a media ombudsman, and you can register that particular situation to hold the entities accountable. You are more than welcome to do that. I see Honorable Haikola is not here. I will just summarize to say that yes, we are working on cyber security and cyber crime education. We have a cyber crime and cyber security strategy. We have sessions online, we have sessions on television, we have a campaign, we have sessions on radio, we even have sessions on Zoom, free of charge, every Friday at 11 o'clock for anybody who wants to learn about cybersecurity. But we try to cater to everybody. But we also go down to the communities, we go down to schools, we go down to old age homes. So we are really working on cybersecurity. But again, it's up to citizens to want to accept the information that they are getting from the teams on the ground. Honorable Minister Ipumbu, thank you very much for your support as always. Indeed, the NAMCERT teeth will get sharper with the cybercrime bill that we'll bring to Parliament to address cyberbullying, online harassment, especially against women, and especially against women in politics. So we are going to make sure doxing, cyber stalking, all of those offenses will be catered for in the cyber law. On children being exposed online, indeed, we are definitely looking into that. That's why we launched an online child safety toolkit, but we are also monitoring the banning of social media that is happening in a few countries. We noted in France, they banned social media for children under the age of 16. Same in Australia, and Spain is considering the same. So we are actually monitoring that action, because we are also learning through studies that children's attention span are becoming shorter and shorter, and they are struggling in schools because of the imagery they are constantly getting on technology devices. So we are monitoring the situation. We'll see if it's something we can consider in Namibia as well. But we also know that considering our context, we cannot really compare ourselves to Australia, for example. We still need to bring our citizens closer to technology because our penetration rates are not the same. However, we are monitoring. In terms of the digital gap in the quality of internet, we have rural ICT centers across the country. We have 26 across all 14 regions. The operators are expanding fiber optics and lines to ensure that the internet is more qualitative, and this is why we landed a second undersea internet cable, the Equiano Google cable, to support the West African cable system, the WAX cable. So all of these are really, we are trying to ensure that the quality of the internet improves. But we do have legacy technology that we have not yet sunsetted, and that's why sometimes, if you have a SIM card that you got in 2000, it's sometimes not compatible with a phone that offers 5G technology today. And that is why we launched eSIM, so that you are able to move with the times, and we have expanded 5G. So please, I encourage all the honorable members, please go get your eSIMs. Let us not stick to the old SIMs, go get your eSIMs and move with the times. Honorable Lucato, thank you very much for your support and appreciating our media professionals. I'm sure they heard you all. That is why we are always ranked either first, second, or third in media freedom on the continent and in the top 20 in the world. So this is due to the wonderful work our media professionals do. In terms of those media houses that are not subsidized by the state, like community media houses, I'm happy to inform you that just Tuesday, 2 days ago, yesterday, time is moving, with all this time we spent at night in Parliament. Just yesterday, Cabinet approved the community media policy to ensure that we look at how we can support. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I ask your indulgence for just 2 minutes.
Yeah, please.
Just to look at some of these matters. Honorable Kalangula, thank you for the support. We will look into the tower beacon lights. The helicopter issue is really an important one that you raised because it costs actually a lot of money for operators to maintain network towers in very remote, arid places. The first region that's come to mind is Kunene. So they spend a lot of money to actually maintain some of that infrastructure. But we'll look at this GATT. I believe the government airport transport is called GATT. Yeah, we will definitely look at the presidency and the Ministry of Works for their support. Honorable Itope, thank you very much for the support. Indeed, Chibera and I've taken note. We have had meetings with almost all the regional leadership of all our 14 regions. We are only left with Karas, Oshana, and Omusati, and we did this really because we wanted to hear from the leadership, especially after the regional elections, on where we need to prioritize. We cannot deal with every area in one financial year. So we sometimes go there to just hear the priority areas in a particular region so we know where to touch. Honorable Bush, thank you for your support. We are definitely supporting the creative industry through NBC. Yes, maybe a cost-benefit analysis needs to be done and focus on only news and documentaries. But this is why we complemented the creatives through Project Mukorop that was launched by the NBC and the drama school, because unfortunately you could give a creative money to do a nice film or docu-series or a soap opera series, but the airtime to actually for them to afford for that series to go online costs money. And that is why with this project, these films, 13 were built by these two entities, DSTV and NBC, and were featured on their platforms for free, just to try to cut the barrier of cost. AI, we're definitely looking into that. The Ministry of Education has an NCRST that is working on the AI strategy. Honorable Amutenya, I have only two more. Honorable Amutenya, thank you for the support. Access to data, indeed, affordability, we are looking into it. Through the USF, that is finally now operational after 10 years in court. The Universal Service Fund is operational. We are looking at subsidizing, hopefully in future, the cost of data. And of course, the operators are already zero rating certain platforms, but we'll really look into how they can have packages for students. Honorable Jonas, and this is my last one, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, thank you for the support and noting the leadership transition at the NBC. Indeed, it is news to me as well that there is news of the nature that the current DG will spend 3 months at the NBC. We'll definitely engage with the board and ensure that that is... Oh, it's an April Fool story. Oh, sorry.
What was it? The subject?
Okay. So thank you for the support, Honorable Jonas, and thank you for the support, Honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Any objection? So agreed. I shall report progress and ask leave to sit alone here. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I report progress and ask leave to sit again.
If so granted. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay.
That's it and done. Yes. But I think in terms of time, the elder has done very good. 12, 22, 45. I think he has done very good. He deserves a round of applause. Yeah. In Afrikaans, they say, "Oud maar nie koud nie." Go on up, yes.